in and flood your mind. When you think you're going down, when you think you're not going to make it, when you think you're going to fail God, or you've not measured up, when the enemy comes in and tells you that you're unworthy, you're unholy, you're no good, you'll never get it. What do you do when the enemy comes in like a flood? You see, the Lord raises up a standard. Let me show you what that standard is. Look at verse 1. The Lord reigneth. He is clothed with majesty. The Lord is clothed with strength, wherewith he hath girded himself. And he's put on his armor and set for battle. You have to have a clear vision that your Lord and Savior is standing by. His eyes on your flood, his eyes on you. You have to have a clear vision of what God has promised here. I've not ignored you. I see where you're at. I see what you're going through. Look at me, he says. I have girded myself. I put on my armor. I have my sword in hand. And then read what it says, verse 4. The Lord on high is mightier than the noise of many waters, yea, than the mighty waves of the sea. God says, get your eyes off the flood, get it on me. I've got my sword in hand. I am more powerful. I am mightier than all your floods. I'm bigger than all your fears. Get your eyes off your fears. He said, I've girded myself. That hit me. I could hardly sleep. I picture my Lord standing over me, sword in hand. He knows how far it can go and no farther. He'll come and slay the dragon in his time. He's saying, now you just stand still and see the salvation of the Lord. You just put your trust in me right now. Don't be afraid.
Amen. Hallelujah. And y'all know the devil is a liar. Brother Achilles, how are you this fine day?
I'm blessed. God is great. Woke up another day, and I'll be going to bed soon. Another day. You know?
You're going to be going to bed here soon?
According to my latest scheduling, it doesn't seem like it. But
it's only like 11 o'clock there.
Yeah, 11:30.
Okay, I was close.
It's still the 13th. We're still at that part where we are on the same day, but then I move to the future. You know.
Yeah.
Waiting for you all to catch up. Hello, Gigi.
I'm just glad we give it to California last. They're like the last one to get time. And I think that's wonderful. God did it that way.
Yeah. I remember, which film was it? Snake Escape from LA. Do you remember? That the government had decided to chop LA off from the rest of the states?
No. But if that was an actual campaign, I'd vote for that guy.
Yeah, and make it a prison. It was a prison. It was all of LA was a prison because the crime rates were so high that they were like, you know what, let's just cut it off and keep it as it is and bring people here. They will feel free, and yet they will be imprisoned. So I was smart.
They've actually made whole countries that way. Australia, Canada.
You know, the UK is the highest monitored country in the world. There is no place you can go that you are not being monitored by some camera.
Really?
Yeah. And
well, that's because their whole country, like my native state of Florida, is bigger than all of England.
And it's, as you said, Australia as well. Australia, you know, was created with prisoners, but still, you know, it's the prisoners and their children and the children of the children and the children of the children, and now it's like a country. But in the film Mr. Bean, the evil king, he became king. Oh no, he didn't. Mr. Bean stole the crown at the very last minute, but no, it wasn't Mr. Bean. It was John English. It's just the same actor.
It is the same action.
They were showing that that was his plan. His plan was to make the UK a prison for the whole world.
Huh.
So you know they're throwing things in the movies. It's well known that if you've seen something in the movies, it has either happened or it is going to happen.
Well, we to reel back in, we want to let the audience know what we're doing this evening. It is an open panel, so any discussion is a good discussion. A challenge can be made. We will be opening up to even our haters this evening, except for maybe a specific two. And we also want to offer some therapy, right? Because believing in evolution, believing that fish turned into amphibians, and then amphibians turned into reptiles, and then reptiles turned into mammals, you have to have a mental illness. And we've diagnosed that for you. So if you believe in evolution, please come in so that we can try to deprogram you from your mental condition. That's all I have to say.
Found the right background.
That's perfect. That is very perfect. So come get your therapy.
Come sit on a couch.
Come, guys, tell us how the T-Rex evolved into the chicken and how that was a beneficial mutation. That sounds awesome. I can't wait for my lightsaber. Oh, boy. A lightsaber at your age. Fantastic.
So we also talked about, I don't know, bringing something up, like a video, so we can start challenging people to come in and interrupt the video.
We can laugh through it, though, right?
I think so, yeah, because it is very big. I cannot upload it on the video segment. I can only upload it, you know, with the present button. And when the present button plays, we can talk over it.
Okay, so, sounds good.
Let me find it. Oh, where is it? We had to dig it up because it goes back to previous.
Once again, believing in evolution or being an atheist is a mental health issue. It's a mental condition. Come in tonight and get your free therapy.
It is imposed. We're not saying you were born sick, but you turned sick and now you have the Stockholm syndrome. You are protecting those who turned you that way.
No, I believe that they're not born sick. Like, I don't think many people are born with cancer, something you develop. And I think that the cancer that is evolution is the same way. You develop the cancer of evolution over time. And the public school system are buckets of sugar, which we know feed cancer.
Yeah, and the system has been working on our parents before we were born. So when we ask the first questions and the parents don't know the right answers because the system taught them that the Bible is a fairy tale made by the Jews to control the world and stuff like that, then they give you the wrong answers and they're telling you, well, we evolved and you're going to learn that in school. And, you know, you go to school and programming begins.
Yep. That's really sad.
Let me bring this up. It will play immediately, but I will stop and I will start.
Like, oh, it's a psyop.
Yeah, because Rob Skiba is where I got that video from, and it is out there. He just shared it in his presentation. This is Rob Skiba, who is not with us anymore. Yeah, okay, I think we can start. Yeah.
What would you say to some of the parents who are like, look, you know, we're going to go ahead, we'll learn about evolution, but we also believe in creationism. What is the harm in learning the Bible's creation story?
Well, learning the story is fine. I mean, that's great, but it's not science. And tax dollars used for science education shouldn't be used to teach creationism as an alternative. Creationism is not right.
The notion of creationism, or in fact, look, Senator Marco Rubio, who's presumably a reasonably intelligent man, was asked, what's the age of the earth? And ultimately, either because he actually believed it or he was trying to appeal to some constituency, had to argue that it's a big mystery, that somehow we should teach kids both ideas that the earth is 6,000 years old and that it's 4.55 billion years old, which is what it is. If you think about that, somehow saying that, well, anything goes, we shouldn't offend religious beliefs by requiring kids to to understand reality. That's child abuse.
It sounds very laudable to teach the controversy, to teach both theories, but there aren't two theories. There's only one theory around. There's only one game in town as far as serious science is concerned. Of course, you get negative reactions from creationists, but who cares about creationists? They don't know anything.
How many of you have heard that, according to the theory of evolution, we share about 98% of our genetic makeup with chimpanzees? Have you heard that in school? Have you ever heard how they came to that number? 98%? We've all just heard it, right? We share 98% of our genome with chimps. Okay, the video I'm about to show you is not from a Kent Hovind or a creationist. It's from somebody who believes in evolution, somebody who believes we came from chimpanzees, but actually acknowledging how we got the 98%. Check this out.
When researchers sat down to compare the chimp and human genomes, those single-letter differences were easy to tally, but the big mismatch sections weren't. For example, if a genetic paragraph, thousands of letters long, appears twice in a human scroll, but only once in its chimp counterpart, should that second human copy count as thousands of changes, or just one? And what about identical paragraphs that appear in both genomes, but in different places, or in reverse order, or broken up into pieces? Rather than monkey around with these difficult questions, the researchers simply excluded all the large mismatch sections, a whopping 1.3 billion letters in all, and performed a letter-by-letter comparison on the remaining 2.4 billion, which turned out to be 98.77% identical. So, yes, we share 99% of our DNA with chimps if we ignore 18% of their genome and 25% of ours.
Ain't that bloody great?
Yeah, I love that one. But is the other scientist on here, the one who's a biologist and says that anyone who claims we can make life in a lab is completely lying or has no clue what they're talking about?
Yep. A little further, which I can. No,
we don't have to skip. We can get to it.
Yeah.
But that's what passes for science. Does that sound completely absurd to you? Oh yeah, we just, 4 billion letters, let's throw those out. Hey, we're 98% the same. What? That's insane. But that's in college level science books being passed off as fact. This is not science. All right, this is the natural result of the depravity that comes from ignoring the Word of God, and it's the byproduct of hating God.
You have written that God is a psychotic delinquent invented by mad, deluded people.
No, I didn't say quite that. I said something rather better than that.
Oh, well, please tell us what you said. Please tell us what you said.
Well, I would have to read it from the book.
No, please.
The God of the Old Testament is arguably the most unpleasant character in all fiction. Jealous and proud of it, a petty, unjust, unforgiving control freak, a vindictive, bloodthirsty ethnic cleanser, a misogynistic, homophobic, racist, infanticidal, genocidal, filicidal, pestilential, megalomaniacal, sadomasochistic, capriciously malevolent bully.
So that's what you think of God?
Yeah.
He's like primary atheist of the world. And so if you're going to talk about science and religion, you need people like that to find out where are they thinking, where are they taking us, what's it all about. But we couldn't just feature Richard Dawkins. We need some other views here. And so we combed the landscape and we found a Jesuit priest. This is the academic order of the Catholic Church. And we have with us Father Martin. Welcome to Star Talk.
Thank you very much.
All right. You, as a modern Catholic, have no problem with evolution.
Correct.
Correct. I can't say the same about other theologians who walk this earth. So what does that mean?
It means that
in the world, in politics, in all of this.
Sure. Well, it means that different Christians have different viewpoints on that. I'm a firm believer in evolution. There are some people who don't believe it. I'm not sure how you can't be convinced if you see the kind of archaeology and the sort of the kind of history of the world. But there they are. So I can't account for ignorance.
Okay, so not to put words in your mouth,
Sure.
but what you might be saying here in this conversation is that for religion to go forward and not be in conflict with science, it needs to embrace what science finds about the natural world and not jump in the face of the scientists and say, that conflicts with my interpretation of Scripture, therefore you must be wrong.
No, I agree. And I think most religious scientists, I'm not a religious scientist, would say that and would say, you know, this
Yes,
is
they
helping,
would, by the way.
Yeah,
Yes, yes.
This is helping me
The ones I know.
understand. Yeah, this is helping me understand God's beautiful world. And I think what happens sometimes is, you know, religion gets caricatured. So obviously, if you're religious, you must not believe in evolution, which I think is it's just false.
Well, it's certainly true for some. You're saying it's not true for all.
I'd say for a few.
When we come back, we're going to find out if you have to give up your religion to believe in evolution. Clearly, the good father here doesn't. But how about others? When Star Talk continues.
The answer is yes. To believe in evolution, you have to give up your religion.
So one of the great questions out there is how do we get more religions or more people who are religious on board with the moving frontier of science? Recognizing that you don't have to give up your religion unless perhaps your religion requires that there was no evolution.
Yeah, watering it down is not giving it up, right? Changing. And I heard that recently from someone who said they are a creationist, but they do believe that we come from an ape, who at some point evolved into Adam and Eve. And where do you even start?
Well, for starters,
you just dump the whole thing, don't you? Like, if
I mean, honestly, you got to throw the whole thing away in the trash because even origins of matter doesn't make sense. Like they can't plug holes in the theory anymore. They're going to have to come up with an entirely new theory.
What I have to add is not good, so I'll just keep watching, you know.
It requires it, maybe you got to sort of lose it, but
that's probably pretty few religions, right?
I would think so.
Yeah.
I'm thinking, right? I mean,
well, I hope so. I don't understand people who can't believe in evolution. I don't understand people who don't look at, the sort of carbon dating and things like that in fossils. I can't understand it. And I have a hard time understanding why people cannot accept the fact that God can work through evolution, that it's just as much of a miracle of creation if it takes 10 million years or 15 million years as if it took 7 days. So I don't understand that. We should.
Then you are dumb.
Thank you. Thank you for nailing that on the head.
Because it's not the same. Plus, what was it that I wanted? Let me go back a little bit. Can I actually go back a little bit?
Things that are different are not the same, Achilles.
Oh yeah, I remember. He just brought up two things.
My family is always saying that.
Hey, Lupin.
Yo, what up?
Do you like your predecessor here?
Oh, you found my great grandpa.
Yep, here it is.
Nah, he's smarter than that though. He looks better than that.
What are the odds of us having a common ancestor?
I don't know, man. If you've seen my back, you might be able to make a link.
Yeah, no, that relates to the Bigfoot. You have
Yeah, but if I could shapeshift, I would shapeshift into a hairless creature.
go somewhere where there is light because you're scaring me.
There is no light right now because there was like a tiny
Oh, he's scary.
There was a tiny rainstorm. There was a tiny rainstorm and it knocked out my power. So I'm on my phone. So my signal might be spotty.
Oh man.
Yeah,
right.
it sucks because it barely rained. Like it was like
I see a green screen right there.
Yeah, he's just chilling in my studio. I wonder if I could add it. Can I add effects from my phone?
If you have the cell phone somewhere steady, it can utilize the green screen. If you keep moving it around, it will start getting messed up.
Now, we're challenging atheists. We're doing some therapy today, Lupin, because ultimately believing in evolution is the result of having a mental illness. So we want to invite atheists and evolutionists to come on in and explain to us, what traumatic event in their life led them into this mental illness and what fostered that mental illness over the years to make them stop developing intellectually and socially, and we just want to kind of help them heal.
When did their brain cells stop communicating with each other? When did that happen? Okay, bye-bye.
Yeah, because it's like their brain's trying to mow the lawn, but the mower's out of gas.
Mm-hmm.
And we know what's wrong with it. It's out of gas.
All right. Let's continue.
Why people cannot accept the fact that God can work through evolution.
Oh yeah, he said carbon dating, which has been proven to be assumptions so many times by so many scientists, and they keep just saying these two things: carbon dating. Why can people accept carbon dating? Why can the people accept fossils? We accept fossils; they're there, period. But you can't date them. They have like 100 different tests, and the one that gives them the date that they want, the others are errors, but that one is correct. It's not like another error. That one is correct.
Yeah, are you referring to, well, one of the examples is when we found the mammoth with the baby frozen inside of it, and we sent them away for testing, and the adult mammoth came back with a significantly much different age than the mammoth that was in its.
Yeah, not only that, I've heard
Is he breaking up for you, or is it just me?
Yeah, Stephen, you're breaking up.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay. No, it was the example with the mammoths where the mammoth had the baby inside of it, and we sent it away for testing, and it tested two different ages, even though it was the mother and child.
Yeah, I heard that too. I've heard so many examples that I wouldn't know which one to bring up. The thing is that if someone is actually interested in discovering whether they're lying to us or not, and they're saying, "Oh, you're not a scientist. You cannot carbon date. Trust us." So if you trust and you have faith, then that's another religion. Don't call it science. Science must be repeatable. So when
you under the weather, Stephen?
I'm sorry, look.
Yeah, the weather's changing here, and it's been rainy and downcast, so my sinuses are all jacked up.
Okay. Yeah. I tried to get some sun out today, but it's been all overcast. Dude, I'm so tired of this evolution. Like, dude, please somebody bring a different conversation into the mix.
No, yeah, that makes two of us, maybe three. But I'm over it since, I don't know, 2016, 2017. But here we are, 7 and 8 years later, still talking about it. Like whatever, the whole
Well, I
thing is
mean,
the whole
I
thing
think
is based on building blocks, and people see the whole picture. They don't look at the building blocks. Each building block, there is a problem with it. There is an assumption there.
the issue is the entire deterioration of our society boils back down to evolution
Yeah.
and teaching people as their children that they have no value, they have no soul, they have no guarantee of a future, nothing to live for, no reason to not act like an animal. So, I mean, I know this conversation gets boring, but it affects everything in life.
Yeah, no, it does. And the thing is, there's so much more interesting theories out there. I mean, dude, there's the dream theory. I'd rather talk about the dream theory. Simulation theory is more plausible now than ever. I mean, dude, the evolutionary theory, I don't even think it's like it's not even a theory at this point. It's like it's an idea, but it's not even a theory anymore.
It's a
Like,
religion.
I mean, it's a religion to escape a creator.
And I've been watching recently some atheists discussing, and they keep they keep saying things like, you may have your opinion on something, but when you don't want to look into it and you're trying to preach it and you don't look into the details, then I'm going to attack you as an atheist. And I'm like, that's exactly what you're doing. That's exactly what we're accusing you of. You know, and they're accusing religion that is doing that. Well, yeah, we admit it's a religion. If we're doing the same, we admit it. It is a religion. Damn. I mean,
No, it's like we admit we take a lot of our stuff on faith. You know, we take it on faith. I wasn't there to see Jesus resurrected, but everything I know about history and how we analyze history, you know, there's historical records, there's eyewitness testimony, there's archaeological evidence. Everything points that something happened. Okay, can I prove the spiritual aspect, like the resurrection happened for sure? No, but I mean, dude, we do live in the year 2024 for a reason.
but you admit it's a religion.
Yeah, no, I got no problem saying it's a religion,
right?
Because I feel it in my body. I know that I'm a tribune human being. I recognize that I have a fleshly body, a soul, and a spirit. It's like it's so clear to me, and it's so eloquently explained in the very first book of Genesis. And you want to fight this so hard, and the more and more technology advances, the more and more, you know, this evolution stuff is just it just shows itself to be laughable.
Yeah,
and I
they create new stuff that people can't look into. Like we sent the James Webb telescope. All right, nobody can verify that. Nobody can.
Oh, hold on, wait. My power just came back on.
All right, come in with your background and stuff.
Yeah. Let me get the AC on first off, because I'm sweating.
And
I know as soon as I turn I turn the AC on here, let me not scare you. I know as soon as I turn the AC on, the power is going to go right back off.
Nah, it's good. It's back for good.
It sucks.
It's a lie, Lubin. It's gone, baby, gone.
So
Yeah.
now they are saying that we found the building blocks now using the James Webb telescope. Oh, right. Or
All they did is kick the can down the road by discovering a second Big Bang. That's all they ever do.
yeah, and the theory of the Big Bang is evolving as well to evade all the things where it doesn't make sense. They did have to bring in dark matter. Now it solves the problems that we had. Whatever you say, they will say, "Oh, that's dark matter." Yeah, we don't understand it. Nobody said we understand it. Science is not about everything. Science is about questioning. You know. And then they're like, "Yeah, but we have these moon rocks, and moon rocks are like, well, yeah, but did you actually go? Oh, are you a conspiracy theorist?" No, it's just that you've never been there again. And we
Hey,
found
Maud, you're welcome to come in.
we found now these exoplanets. Hey, this one has oxygen, this one has water. Hey, wait a minute, how did you find them?
Yeah,
Using the
and
same.
there's no freaking possible way that they've actually found a planet and can verify that it has oxygen and water.
Do you
Like,
know
there's
how they
no
do this?
proof
You
whatsoever
know,
that there's a life-sustaining planet out there that could hold us.
yeah, and do you know how they do this? Because we do not have a technology that can zoom in on any star. So what we know is that some stars dip their brightness at some point, and they do this periodically. So what they're saying is that, oh, look, there is a planet going around it. So they put the whole light into a spectrograph, and they see the whole spectrum of light. And what is missing from the spectrum of light when the dip happens, they say, oh, this means that it
I'm
has
gonna go get on
these
my
elements.
computer. I'll be back, okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
And it has these elements because the spectrograph shows that blue, green, yellow are missing from the spectrograph. So this means that, oh, it has water. Well, still, you're talking about a dot in space. You cannot even know if that's a planet. It could be a sunspot of the star that it keeps turning all the time. You don't know it's a planet. So the whole thing is based on assumptions that people will not look into, and they keep bringing new proof of things that people will not look into, and they keep adding up, and guys, I mean, at some point, pick one, pick any one that you want that is a certainty, and look into it.
Facts. Straight facts.
Mic drop. All right, want to continue?
Yeah. Shayna, you're welcome to come on. Missy Maud, you're welcome to come in. We know that the haters have been told that they're welcome here tonight. We understand that believing you came from a monkey and that you have a common ancestor with, say, a penguin is a mental illness. And we do want to help you get that resolved this evening. As you take a big sip.
Yeah, you've set the bar too high because they don't want to hear us. The only thing that can actually change them is turn to the true religion and realize in their hearts that the creator of this world has the power to resurrect his son for our sins. When they realize that, and they call it out with their mouths at some point to a friend, to their relatives, whatever, then they will start seeing that no matter how long they will leave their hair, they will never turn into a monkey. We can keep going on it and about it so they can start waking up that there is this whole narrative of a lie that is created by Satan exactly for them not to find salvation, and they keep supporting Satan and his whole theory. So
I'm okay with that. We can go on a little bit further and we will just expose to the world how allowing a child to believe in evolution is child abuse. Let's go on with that.
Yeah, let's keep playing.
It's just as much of a miracle of creation if it takes 10 million years or 15 million years as if it took 7 days. So I don't understand that. We should.
Welcome, Shayna.
Yeah, let's say hi to our sister. Hello, dear Shayna.
Hi.
How are you?
Good. How are you guys?
I'm good, but I want to bring you up here so people can see your subtitle.
And it is her child's birthday, so everybody.
You guys had me laughing just now. I'm like, okay, I got to join the panel.
Oh, did we have you laughing? I don't know what we said. What did we say or do?
Happy birthday to your son. Son, you don't have a
Daughter.
son.
She's
Okay.
got 3 daughters.
I don't know.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday and happy Mother's Day, even though I'm late.
Thank you.
I didn't see
Thank
you.
you.
Steven, you're gonna get muted again. There's some background. Whoa, what happened? I just clicked the mute. Shayna hates it when I put Steven on mute.
I don't know why you're here in my background. I really don't.
There's like you're swimming again. You're going back to a fish. And Lupin, we can't even hear you. I mean, how many technical difficulties can we have in one day? Lupin, we can't hear you at all.
There you go.
Yep.
Okay, well, in my defense, here very soon I'm going to have all my kinks kinked out. We'll be rolling here very shortly, so excuse us.
You can hear me now, right?
Yep.
All right.
Yeah, you sound great, Lupin.
All right. I like continue being hold on. See. No. Give me 1 second. Just continue.
Yeah, let's continue this.
Let's do it.
Shouldn't say religious people think this or religious people think that, because it is a label that is applied to people and often applied to make them seem uneducated, insane, or just idiots. And as if you have to check your brain at the door.
Consider again that pale blue dot we've been talking about. Imagine that you take a good long look at it.
Guys, if you can't see how fake this is, there's something wrong with your eyes. But still, that's not our subject today. That's Carl Pagan, by the way, talking. For those that don't know who that is, and they can't tell from the first 3 seconds that he is talking, don't call yourself scientists.
Imagine
space station.
You're staring at the dot.
Hey, yeah, float around, bro. Yep, it's as real as the real one.
Zero gravity. Hold on, wait. Let me get my drink.
Achilles, I want to say for the record, before we even went live, I said to you, if we go live without a set topic, it's going to get into conspiracy theories. I told you that.
It's the video, it's not us. So let's keep playing. It won't even
Still can't melt at 1,000 degrees Celsius.
It won't even talk
right.
about that topic. But if you can't see how fake this is, guys, go have your eyes checked, because I did.
Who was the first to be on the moon? The
For any length of
cameraman
time.
or Neil Armstrong?
And then,
This is not a trivia round.
You're no fun.
But I think no, I didn't hear you. I think you said the cameraman, right?
Yeah, I mean, it must have been, right? Hey, I can stream this in my.
Yeah.
All right, chilling with the conspiracy guys.
No, don't give YouTube any keywords.
Oh, I'm gonna give them all the keywords.
By the way, where is this? I found something interesting recently.
I'm floating in space.
What are you drinking? Are you drinking recycled pee?
My favorite. It's my favorite. From a camel because it has electrolytes directly from the hump.
Where are you? I'm looking for something. Let me just press play here, and I'll keep looking for what I want.
I have to keep the camel off screen though, because I don't want P to come after you guys.
Guys, are we letting Claude on this evening?
Convince yourself.
Should we? Should we have a little
That
fun with
God-
Claude?
Only if he turns on his webcam.
I don't know if he'll agree to that.
I say it's fair. If we give something, he gives something.
Yeah.
Yeah, but none of us have our webcams on except Lupin.
We don't have to. Nobody said that we have to have a camera on. But in his case,
I don't.
I would say we just let him on and
I don't
slap him
trust
around a little bit.
He may be an AI, so I mean I don't want to waste my time with the robot. I've seen Blade Runner.
So let's
Oh,
get
boy.
over. Let's get over the blue dot thing.
created the whole universe
It's round,
for
Achilles.
one
I
of the
hate to tell
10
you.
million or so species of life that inhabit that speck of dust.
feel like
Man,
my life
in
is
his
too
arrogance, thinks himself a great work, worthy of the interposition of a deity. Darwin wrote telegraphically in his notebook, more humble, and I think truer, to consider him created from animals. Close quote. We're Johnny-come-latelys. We live in the cosmic boondocks. We emerged from microbes and muck. Apes
You did, Carl Pagan. I didn't.
are our cousins.
You don't believe that the Earth is round only if you're an astronaut. You don't believe Napoleon existed only if you're a historian. You believe these things because they're facts, proved by evidence.
I wonder,
Evolution
like
is
Jesus
all-
Christ, like Jesus Christ, right?
Yeah, and what he just
Yeah.
said
Is the dumbest thing ever, but
it should trouble you. I'm just saying, it should trouble you.
So a demonstrated fact. The truth really is out there. It's not a matter of opinion.
So you believe it's liberating to tell people that there is no God?
I think a lot of people, when they give up God, feel a great sense of release and freedom.
Well, then who did create the heavens?
And before we get there, of course they would. Of course you feel a big relief if you give up God, because you are free to do whatever you want to do.
it's amazing because if you understand Christianity, you understand that you have that freedom anyway. God gave you that freedom.
And imagine like giving up the creator who is saying, I don't want you killing people, I don't want you doing this, I don't want you dressing up like a woman, I don't want that, I don't want what. If you give it up and now you feel less free, then there's something wrong with you, right? Of course it would feel liberating, but is it right? And that's where you check the facts. And you're like, wait a minute, let me put it down.
Look, man,
Did I come from a monkey? Or was I created? Is everything in my life a random coincidence? Or is there a plan for my life?
Look, just affirm mental illness. Let's go ahead and affirm fentanyl use. Let's affirm genital mutilation. Let's just affirm all these things because that's the way the world works, right? We should just go along with it.
Yep.
I mean,
let's go.
In the earth.
Why do you use the word who? You see, you immediately beg the question by using the word who.
Well, then how did it get created?
Well, by a very slow process.
Well, how did it start?
Nobody knows how it started. We know the kind of event that it must have been. We know the sort of event that must have happened for the origin of life.
What was that?
It was the origin of the first.
all right, so you have your first oxymoron right there, or what do you say? Contradiction. we know how it started, but we don't really know how it started. But it started very slowly, but we don't know how it started. But go ahead.
But we know how it started. We just don't know exactly how it
But
happened.
it was slow, but we know how it started, but we don't know, but we know it was slow.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
Yeah.
And then there is the alternative that no, it was so fast. That's why we don't have any missing links, because it happened fast.
Oh man, so fast, so fast.
I mean, it's billions of years fast.
I gotta put on my my solar eclipse glasses because the sun from the space station, like since I don't have the UV, I don't have the atmosphere.
Yeah, you're turning towards the sun right now. Yeah, I see the light on your face. Quick. All right, good.
Yeah, quick. Yes, please. Oh, you know what? This makes this a whole lot better whenever I can't see nothing. Like it actually makes this 10 times better.
Do you have something similar for the ears too? Because I'm gonna press play and
yeah, I'm just I'm muting my mic as we speak. I'm muting my headphones. Just go ahead. Just tap me on the shoulder whenever you're ready.
Yep.
First self-replicating molecule.
Right. How did that happen?
I told you we don't know.
So you have no idea how it started?
No, nor has anybody.
Nor has anyone else.
I'm a synthetic organic chemist. Origin of life is purely synthetic organic chemistry. There's no way around it. I'm perfectly situated to be commenting on this, to be critiquing the origin of life research. It is abiological. It is before biology takes over. This is purely synthetic organic chemistry. And making these compounds is very simple. 4 classes of compounds. You have to make them from what's available on a presumed prebiotic earth. And so the chemistry is not hard for a synthetic organic chemist to follow. And any trained synthetic organic chemist can follow me on this. And I've never seen a synthetic organic chemist disagree with me on this. In fact, the people that might disagree with me are biologists because they've never made anything. The only thing they may have made is they buy a kit and they make it, which is made by chemists, but they've never made anything ab initio. And so it's the synthetic chemist that can critique origin of life research better than anyone else. So go ahead, ask your synthetic chemist friends to listen to what I have to say. If they have anywhere a master's degree or beyond in synthetic organic chemistry, have them critique what I say. We do not know how to build even a simple bacterium. The simplest bacterium with its 256 protein coding genes, we have no idea how to build it. First of all, we don't know how to build the molecules, the 4 classes of molecules that are needed for it. We don't know how to, even if we had those 4 classes of molecules, assemble them even into the simplest of bacteriums. We don't know how to do that. One can do that with the technologies we have today. We can make technologies, but we can't even make the simplest bacterium. Anybody who would say something contrary does not know what they are talking about. Show me the demonstration. Nobody has ever done it, and it's not because of lack of effort. It's not because of lack of will. First of all, they haven't been able to get the molecules to do this. And if they could make the molecules, even if we were to give them the molecules, they wouldn't have the information. There would be no inherent information in the DNA. But even if we gave them the DNA in the structure that they wanted, they wouldn't know how to put all the components together because of the sophistication within a cell. The interactomes, meaning that the interacting connectivity between the molecules, the van der Waals interactions, all of these have to be in the right place and in the right order for a cell to function. We don't even know how to define life, let alone knowing how to spark it to begin. When one looks at a typical textbook, one will see some prehistoric pond and molecules, and those molecules coming together and forming a cell, and those cells coming together and some slithering creature coming out of this pond. That is fallacious. There is no truth in that. We don't even know how to make the molecules. We are lost on how to do this. We can't even make the basic building blocks. But even if we could, from prebiotic type environment to make these, with all the intellect that we put into this, even if we could make them, we have no idea how to assemble them. You say, well, we can make the liposome, the cell membrane. We cannot. There's over 40,000 lipids have been identified in cell membranes. You want to take some simple ones? It's not just individual lipid membranes. You have to have the inside and the outside of the membrane have to be different. You have to have this huge array of proteins, that transmembrane proteins, and you have to have carbohydrates on the surface as identifiers. Even in the simplest bacterium, we have no idea how to put the structure together. It's not there. So not only do we not know how to make the basic components, we do not know how to build the structure even if we were given the basic components. So the Gedanken experiment is this: even if I gave you all the components, even if I gave you all the amino acids, all the protein structures from those amino acids that you wanted, all the lipids in the purity that you wanted, the DNA, the RNA, even in the sequence that you wanted. So I'm even giving you the code. And so now I say, and all the nucleic acids. Can you now assemble a cell here in your individual bodies, not in your individual laboratories, not in a prebiotic cesspool, but in your nice laboratory? And the answer is a resounding no. And if anybody claims otherwise, they do not know this area. This is how far the misunderstanding has gone. Even science professors, even biology professors, think that there is a near building of life, that we understand all the ways to build life. We do not. Not only have none of the molecules been made ab initio under prebiotic-like conditions to make the homochiral molecules that are made. Remember, we need 4 classes of molecules. We need the nucleic acids, and then the homochiral systems that for the amino acids, which then need to be built up into protein structures. We need the carbohydrates, which have to be built up into the polycarbohydrate structures. And then we need the lipids, which also are chiral. All of these we need in homochiral form. We don't know how to do this in any prebiotic type scenario at all. These have not been made. And then to assemble these into a cell, it's never been done. So there's a gross misunderstanding. And this misunderstanding has come because of the projections of those who work in the area of origin of life. They do one little thing and then they extrapolate it, and then they work with the press to ramp it up even more, and they project as if they really know it. And so the layperson reads this and says, you see, scientists understand. And then it's not just the layperson. Scientists think that other scientists understand all of this, but they do not. So this is a cell. What is the origin of life? How do you get a cell like this? What is the origin of something like this? This is an amazing machine. A cell is an amazing machine. It's not just a blob of protoplasm. Every day it gets harder to have the origin of life, to come up with a scenario, because the origin of life becomes more and more complex every day. A cell is a factory. It has the lipid bilayer, which is extremely selective to let certain things in and not other things. It has all of this substructure in here, these little areas where energy is made in here. It has these microtubules which can form so you can move matter from point A to point B. If you go to a factory, what you see is these overhead hanging machines that are moving materials from point A to point B. In these systems. And the way they do this is they build these racks. But the same thing happens in a cell. You get these microtubules to move material from point A to point B. And then as soon as the material is done moving, the microtubule breaks down and then assembles some other place. You say, well, why doesn't it leave it there? Because then the cell would become too rigid. So it just rebuilds it. It's just amazing factory what's happening in a cell. This is what we have to make. If we want to have origin of life, you got to start here. You don't start here. You start with a single cell. Just build a single cell. That's what we have to do in origin of life. Nobody has ever done this. If you've been taught that simple forms of life have been made, that is a lie that you are believing. Somebody told you a lie. That has never been done. Next slide. Organisms care about life. Molecules don't care. Chemistry, on the contrary, is utterly indifferent to life. Without a biologically derived entity acting upon them, molecules have never been shown to evolve toward life. Never. Molecules don't care about life. They don't know anything about moving toward life. They have no brain. Organisms want to move toward life and keep life going. Molecules don't care about life. Nobody has ever seen molecules assemble toward life. Never. It doesn't happen without a biological entity working on them. I asked all my colleagues, can you show me an example of this? Of molecules moving toward order, moving toward an ordered system where you have a non-regular assembly. Regular assembly is like A, or AB. That you can get pure thermodynamic assembly. But non-ordered assembly is a non-regular pattern. That's what you have in DNA. We know from computer science you have to have non-regular patterns in order to have complexity for living systems. And I asked my colleagues, do you have any example of molecules without a biological entity acting upon them, moving to give an ordered assembly that is a non-regular pattern? And they sent me papers where chemists have taken molecules and assembled them in that way. I said, non-biological entity. You can't have a human doing this. Molecules don't move toward life. Well, even if you want to have molecules move toward life and you have human beings working upon them, can the human beings do it? And the answer is no. Next slide. So almost every chemical synthesis experiment in origin of life research can be summed up by a protocol analogous to this. They purchase chemicals generally in high purity from a chemical company. All right, so that's what they do. They first purchase the chemicals. They mix those chemicals together in water in high concentrations in a specific order under some set of carefully devised conditions in a modern lab. Then they can obtain a mixture of compounds that have a resemblance to one or more of the basic 4 classes of chemicals needed for life. So what you need for life is you need carbohydrates, nucleic acids, amino acids, and lipids. That's what we know. All life we know composes those 4 building blocks. So they try to make those 4 building blocks. Then they publish a paper making bold assertions about origin of life from these functionless crude mixtures of stereochemically scrambled intermediates, much like Miller did in 1952. Nothing has changed in 66 years. Nothing. Nothing's changed. Exactly where we were in 1952 is exactly where we have remained. Think about what's been done in science in the past 60 years. Think about how we have now satellite connectivity. Remember, in 1952, there had never been a satellite. Now we have satellite connectivity. We have cell phones. We have structure of DNA. We can manipulate DNA structure. Nothing has changed in origin of life studies in 66 years. That's important to realize. Then you engage with the ever gullible press to dial up the knob of unjustified extrapolations. Watch the mesmerized layperson exclaim, "You see, scientists understand how life formed." Then you encourage a generation of science textbook writers to make colorful, deceptive cartoons of raw chemicals assembling from cells which then emerge as slithering creatures from a prehistoric pond. That is exactly what is done every one of their experiments.
Evolution is a fact. It's documented by science.
Right, and how did that happen?
I told you we don't know. Believe these things because they're facts proved by evidence. Evolution is also a demonstrated fact.
So you have no idea how it started?
No, nor has anybody.
Nor has anyone else. What do you think is the possibility that intelligent design might turn out to be the answer to some issues in genetics or in evolution?
It could come about in the following way. It could be that at some earlier time, somewhere in the universe, a civilization evolved by probably some kind of Darwinian means to a very, very high level of technology and designed a form of life that they seeded onto perhaps this planet. Now, that is a possibility and an intriguing possibility. And I suppose it's possible that you might find evidence for that if you look at the details of biochemistry, molecular biology. You might find a signature of some sort of designer.
Wait a second. Richard Dawkins thought intelligent design might be a legitimate pursuit?
And that designer could well be a higher intelligence from elsewhere in the universe. Well, but that higher intelligence would itself have had to have come about by
But let him finish.
Some explicable or ultimately explicable process.
So he's pushing the bar, right? Okay, yeah, we don't have proof here. We can't because probably aliens did it. But the aliens themselves were probably created by the same process. What process? Other aliens? Or the process that you're telling us here that it was aliens? I mean, look how far they will go to exclude God. They will even bring in alien intelligence, as long as it's not God. Yeah, actually, yeah, we do see now that they must like require a creator, but it's not God. It's aliens. But what about the aliens? Well, they got created with a similar evolutionary process, of course. So, guys, if you don't see how stupid this is, I mean, that's why I didn't care for when somebody attacked Dawkins about whether he had a coffee or not. I don't care. Like, he doesn't make sense, and he calls himself the scientist. And everybody's like, oh, it's Dawkins. I don't care if he had a coffee with a girl that he shouldn't. I know he didn't. And still, I don't care even if he did. This has nothing to do with the Me Too movement over here.
And what a loser to like not even be able to like, you know, close that deal being Dawkins, like a famous person like that, and not be and getting turned down, bro. Like,
yeah, it wasn't him. It wasn't him, and it's okay. I mean, that was an error. That focusing on it is.
I bet you he tried. I bet you he tried.
Well, what I said at some point is that even if he did, a man can have hopes.
I mean,
right? It's not bad, and an old man might have hopes. It's not bad. It's not gonna work, but it's not evil. What he's doing here is evil. So let me just rewind a little bit.
With the amount of money that this dude has, this dude shouldn't be banking on hopes. He should just be banking with his wallet. I mean,
but anyway, yeah, let's just focus on what he's saying right here, people.
It's so stupid, but okay. All right.
I know. Mute your ears, man. Do it. Like, bring something, put over a pillow or something. I know. I know I'm torturing you right now.
I have to. I'm. Look, man, dude. I'm either gonna be doing. Hey, look, man. Evidence. What is the topic for my next stream? I already forgot because of this storm.
Did you let the water in your head?
Well, I was swimming.
It went through from the ears, huh?
Yeah, it went through the ears.
Never swim with a storm.
That's the best time to swim. Like,
yeah, and the best time to get hit by lightning.
No, I mean, if it's only a little bit of lightning, honestly,
you're a superhero already, so you know you might lose your powers if you do that.
I'm not a superhero. I'm just an astronaut, man. I'm in the space station, bro. Dawkins is back there somewhere. I don't know, trying to
get a fiction, different book.
Yeah, he's trying to figure out. He's trying to figure out how to get the coffee machine working back there.
So let's focus on what he just said here.
Wait a second. Richard Dawkins thought intelligent design might be a legitimate pursuit?
And that designer could well be a higher intelligence from elsewhere in the universe. Well, but that higher intelligence would itself have had to have come about by some explicable or ultimately explicable process. It couldn't have just jumped into existence spontaneously. That's the point.
So Professor Dawkins was not against intelligent design, just certain types of designers, such as God.
Many people are extremely illogical.
Of course, and this is where Ancient Aliens enters the picture. Coming from an academic like Richard Dawkins. He's like the main spokesperson for evolution these days. Which means if that's the main view of evolution, that's what's making it into the textbooks. And of course, that's what we are being indoctrinated with on a regular basis on primetime television. You know, Ancient Aliens is just one of many shows out there putting forth that idea. So, you know, as I'm going through all this stuff and the question is popping in my head, look, are we going to trust science or the Bible?
46% of Americans believe the story of Genesis is true. So I just
It's
want...
amazing.
I
It's
know,
astonishing.
I know that the world was...
Here comes the other one. The one who does shows on your own gender and stuff like that. Yeah, it's another scientist right there for you. I love his papillon though. Never leaves home without one. Anyway.
Created in 6 days.
So are you urging people to give up on the idea of creationism?
Oh yeah, please.
The amazing thing is that every atom in your body came from a star that exploded. And the atoms in your left hand probably came from a different star than your right hand. It really is the most poetic thing I know.
Dude, even that is just stupid. I understand what you're trying to say, but all the atoms of all my body, if they came from a different star, they created the atoms. My right hand and my left hand, they have an equal amount of the stardust from different stars, if your theory is true. And saying that what made your right arm is not the same star that made your left arm, that's the next level of stupidity, bro.
Let's just go, man, dude. My brain, I mean, what little brain cells I have, I mean, they're wearing thin. But let's go. They're rubbing. There's a fire.
You're all stardust.
My head is about to start on fire.
Yeah. We're all stardust. That's what it says right now. We're all stardust. I mean,
I thought we were came from a giant squid in space.
Yeah, well, actually, they are getting closer to the truth because we do come from dust. God used dust to make us. So they're getting there. They're getting there. Just a billion years away, but they're getting there. What we care as a ministry here is for you not to believe them. At some point, before or after they die, they will realize there is a creator. What we care is for you to realize it before you go from here, because there is no second chance.
Yeah, I mean, even if you're made from stardust, I mean, that still gives you know how much meaning that gives your life?
None.
And by the
way, we've had a show with Lupin here, which is called
the one with Johnny Depp.
Exposing Evolution 101, I think it should be called, where we focus on this guy and the books that he has as props on a table, that he's talking about how he's not religious at all. And we analyzed all the books that he has on the table one by one, and they are the Necronomicon, Believing in Magic, some other stuff, which I don't even remember. But yeah, they don't believe, they just use the Necronomicon a little. I mean, bring me scientific books if you want to claim to be a scientist.
I mean, at least a middle school, like maybe a Dr. Seuss, like a Cat in the Hat. Cat in the Hat pulled out a star, and that star formed, you know, whatever we have now. I don't know. It's so dumb. It's so dumb, dude. Just play it, please.
Yeah, let me respond to our friend here. Hello, Dan. Andrew, yeah, not dust, but their theory, which I also believed in 15 years ago, is like the explosions of stars and supernovas, exploding stars into supernovas, are creating this cloud of different elements. And if you add to that the comets and the dust that they leave behind, they just call it stardust, and they're saying that that's what created us. But you know, yeah, it's not exactly stardust, but that's what they kind of trying to bring together. And if you ask for any particular, none of it makes any sense. But the whole thing sounds to someone like, oh you know.
Stardust, ooh,
Yeah.
Stardust from galaxy far, far away in a galaxy long, long time ago.
That's why I always feel weird. I'm from Andromeda. I'm not from here.
From Tatooine.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, which Stardust gives you a consciousness? Which Stardust gives you, you know,
A lot of it.
I mean, is it a different type of Stardust?
No,
or
it's
is it-
it's just after a bucket. Like when you start adding to a bucket of Stardust, it then starts getting conscious.
it starts becoming conscious, and then you begin to experience your consciousness, and there's another word, but whatever.
Let's just keep.
Hello, Dan. Come join us, Dan. I like to hear you, Dan.
But yeah, the material came from. Yeah, Andrew. Yeah, the thing is, I do believed all that before I got saved with God's grace. At some point, God said, "You know what? I don't know why this child, but I can't have him believe in that crap any longer." So He opened my eyes, and I saw the truth. Now, there are a lot of people out there that will say, "Hey, you guys are the religious fanatics and you come from the standpoint of religion." No, you show me your scientific paper before you call yourself scientist. So I didn't start religious. I became religious when God opened my eyes. But we also addressed how today's science is religious because nobody's looking into their facts. So if I say 2 + 2 is equal to 5, but don't look into the equation, and you take my word for it, that's faith. So simple.
You're forcing me to bring out the lobsters, Achilles, and I'm not appreciating it.
Lobsters work. I should bring some in.
Space lobsters. You gotta have the space lobsters to get through this.
Hey, who let Claude in?
That's not Claude.
Don't you see him going all over the place?
Claude ain't that talented. That may be Claude, except probably more handsome.
I think Claude is more related to a potato than a monkey.
That might be an insult to the potato.
Indeed it is. I don't know. He loves bananas, I hear from a previous stream I noticed. So
Don't want to venture into that. Don't want to venture into that.
yeah. So let's keep going. Let's see some science around.
You couldn't be here if stars hadn't exploded because the elements, the carbon, nitrogen, oxygen, iron, all the things that matter for evolution weren't created at the beginning of time. They're created in the nuclear furnaces of stars, and the only way they can get into your body is if the stars were kind enough to explode. So forget Jesus. The stars died so that you could be here today, okay?
Now, he doesn't have any hatred for the Jesus, right? He just wanted to make an analogy here, right? Jesus didn't die for you. Stars did. So did stars take my sins on their back?
And anyway.
By the end of the 1920s, astronomer Edwin Hubble, working with the large 100-inch telescope atop Mount Wilson outside Los Angeles, had established that our galaxy was only one of many galaxies in the universe.
When we look out at other galaxies, on average, they're moving away from us. And those that are twice as far away are moving twice as fast. And those that are 3 times as far away are moving 3 times as fast. And of course, that makes us look like we're the center of the universe.
Such a condition would imply that we occupy a unique position in the universe, analogous, in a sense, to the ancient conception of a central Earth. This hypothesis cannot be disproved, but it is unwelcome and would only be accepted as a last resort in order to save the phenomena. Therefore, we disregard this possibility. The unwelcome position of a favored location must be avoided at all costs. Such a favored position is intolerable.
Several decades ago, we found a problem so great that it was brushed under the carpet for many a decade. And this is the fact that galaxies spin too fast. In fact, 10 times too fast. By rights, the galaxy should fly apart. Therefore, scientists said that we have to have dark matter, a halo of matter that surrounds the galaxy and holds the galaxy together.
And what have they discovered? Absolutely nothing. Zilch.
What is a little bit perturbing is that after 50 years, we still haven't found what the dark matter is. But on the other hand, that doesn't mean they're not there. It just means they're harder to find than we thought.
We look out in the universe, and 85% of all the gravity that's out there has some mysterious unknown source. We add up all the stars, the galaxies, the planets, the comets, the black holes, the dark clouds.
Oh, I was muted. Yeah, all of those that we have proof for, you know, black holes, dark clouds, plus everything. You gotta add everything to it.
Speaking of black holes, man, tell you what, there's a movie that I have not seen that I've been meaning to see, and tell me if you've seen it. Have you seen the movie Interstellar?
Yeah.
Is it good? Should I watch it?
Well, yeah, I liked it. I want you to notice something when you do.
Don't ruin it for me, though.
No. When you do watch it, I'm not gonna give you a spoiler. When they go to that planet that has to do with water.
La 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 la.
No, it's not a spoiler. It's not a spoiler. Just think about the waves on the Earth during a flood, because they know the truth and they are showing it in films. So anyway, yeah, philosophically, it's a good movie. The thing is that for a lot of the stuff that it says, it's all philosophical. We have no proof. And even the proof that they bring now about a black hole, they are fabricated again. It's been so many years that we never had proof, but the theory kept evolving and becoming so big, and now they said like 5 or 7 years ago, hey, look, we found one. Okay, now we found one. Yeah, right. So people can go ahead and believe things that they can't see, like the essence of a black hole is that nothing can escape it, not even light. But yeah, no, people right now are going to say, yeah, but we've seen the stars going around. Yeah, I saw those too back then. But at some point, you got to realize what is an assumption, what is computer generated, and they're showing it to you. You should at some point arrive to that. Then they will say, what about the cosmic radiation? And then I will respond, you know what, I'm tired. I just can't. If you don't want to see it, go join that guy with all his balls back there. We heard Hubble himself saying that we cannot allow the whole theory of the Earth being in the center, even if that's what we see, but we can't allow it, so we gotta figure out something. But yeah, go ahead and believe them. So we got somebody in the house. Hello, Kem.
How's it going, brother?
Oh, good.
Who is this?
Regic.
My name is Kem Regic. How's it going, guys?
Kem Regic. All right. I'm doing. I'm hanging in here.
No worries.
We're trying with all this stuff that we've heard, going from abiogenesis to all the way to dark matter. I mean, we're trying.
Oh, sounds like you guys are reading into some pretty interesting stuff. You'll have to forgive me. I'm not familiar with your channel. My buddy Phantom sent me the link to your StreamYard, and I figured I'd jump in.
All right. This channel is trying to explain to the world that
it's all a lie. Everything they've told you has been a lie.
Is that
Bible,
right?
Yeah, that the Bible hasn't lied to us, especially
like
especially where it says that there is a deceiver roaming around in the spiritual. And the book of Revelation says that the whole world is deceived. So we are bringing up one lie after the other one, and we're exposing it. We're showing how silly it is. And meanwhile, we're doing Bible studies, because none of us, okay, some of us did start religious, but not all of us. Some of us were scientific, and then at some point, we realized that there were a lot of lies mixed in with the truth. So that's what we're doing. And today was a stream about, I don't know, discussing stuff. So if you feel like you want to, it's something you watch that you want to touch upon.
I mean, man, all of that sounds great. That's my bread and butter.
Great. So do you want me to keep going with?
Sure. I mean, this looks like a video. That's Neil deGrasse Tyson, obviously, talking about space stuff. Not sure what the context is here, but he's a pretty smart guy. So I always enjoy listening to that guy.
Adolf was a smart guy as well.
I don't know about that one.
He wasn't dumb.
He wasn't. He wasn't.
He was a pretty shit tactician. Let's be honest.
Well, he did
shot himself in the foot several times over the course of the war.
I agree, 100%. He made big mistakes that cost him
He made several bad mistakes. Yeah.
But you cannot doubt that there was intelligence there. That doesn't mean, making a mistake like on the chessboard doesn't mean that you're not intelligent.
Maybe,
overall.
but I definitely wouldn't put him on the same level as an educated person like Mr. Tyson. I forget what his title is, but Neil, I wouldn't put him on the same pedestal.
His official title is actor.
Yeah,
But-
television
but that-
actor.
I know
but
he's a science what would they call it? A communicator, right? So he's an educator. He worked at a planetarium for a bit. I think he's an engineer by trade.
The last decade, his title changed. But before that, you could go to Wikipedia and find that he was an actor.
Yeah, I wouldn't doubt it.
So
Real
overall,
charismatic guy.
overall, we have not all of them are officially actors, but all of them are pretending, which is the official word for actor.
Pretending about what specifically?
About not knowing the truth, because they
not
do.
knowing the truth.
Yeah.
What
and
is
they're like,
what is this truth that they're
truth-
missing?
Yeah, this truth, like a minute ago, we heard Dawkins, who said that the first blocks of life actually must have had an intelligent creator, but it couldn't be God, so it was probably aliens.
I'm
and
not
it-
familiar with this position that Dawkins has taken.
Let me
I would
rewind it.
disagree with him, but sure.
Let me rewind it for you.
Sure.
And we'll come back here. I think it was somewhere around here. Let me see.
Details of biochemistry, molecular biology, you might find a signature of some sort of designer.
Wait a second. Richard Dawkins thought intelligent design might be a legitimate pursuit?
And that designer could well be a higher intelligence from elsewhere in the universe. But that higher intelligence would itself have had to have come about by some explicable or ultimately explicable process. It couldn't have just jumped into existence spontaneously. That's the point.
So Professor Dawkins was not against intelligent design, just certain types of designers, such as God.
Many people are.
All right, I'll just stop it here. Actually, it looks good here.
Yeah, I would disagree with that statement that Dawkins has made. I don't think anything about biological life here on Earth would indicate a designer, but I guess him and I can just differ on that.
No, you're on the right path.
Yeah, the thing is that the reason that a man such as Dawkins admitted that is because he is at the center of the controversy, and he knows that it doesn't make sense that things got created from slime. So
that's a mischaracterization of what the abiogenesis proposal is. Nobody thinks it's slime. I think you're referring to the primordial soup, which is
right. If you want to go with that term,
so it's a rhetorical device. It's not exactly
I was just being humorous, but I'll take your term. Right. For me, it's like the same primordial soup.
I mean, regardless of what we call it, it doesn't take away from the ridiculousness that is the theory of the radioactive space snot, right? Same issues. Just
radioactive
cooler name, I guess.
Snot? I'm not sure what you're referring to.
Yeah, the space stardust fell to the earth, and then that somehow got rained on for millions of years and became radioactive and
I've
started the
never heard
space
of
soup.
this. I've never heard of this.
Well, why don't you explain the process to us
It was right
Well, the
here.
process of what?
Wait.
of origins of life?
Well, that's still an open-ended question currently in biology. It's an unresolved matter. Abiogenesis presents the best candidate for an explanation. Especially given the breakthroughs happening in
There's
in
another
Evo
good candidate.
Devo. What's it called? Developmental. No. I always get the name wrong. It's I'm gonna have to Google it now. Sorry, I just got home. I don't have all of my notes in front of me. Evo Devo. What's it called? Evolutionary developmental biology. That's what I'm referring to. Given all of the breakthroughs that we see, this is the modern iteration of what you guys would call Darwinian evolution. This is the current way that we understand the evolutionary process through developmental biology. It sort of subsumed the previous school of thought, which was more concretely based on Darwin's observations. But as we noted, that Darwin got several things wrong, and we fixed the model over time. That's sort of where we're at now.
No, we didn't fix the model. We've disproved the model with the micron telescope.
The micron telescope? What is this?
I'm sorry, the electron micron microscope. I'm sorry, I'm a little bit.
Electron microscopes. Yeah. What about them disproves?
Once we've delved in to see how complex these simple cells are, we have learned that none of these cells are simple. None of these.
No, they're very complicated. You're absolutely correct.
Exactly. So,
and it goes to show how much progress has happened throughout the biological tree there. That even the smallest and quote unquote simplest of organisms that we currently observe on Earth are massively complicated and are the products of millions of years of small improvements.
Yeah, but the thing is, with irreducible complexity, you have to have all the parts. You have to have all the parts together for these things to work. If you remove one part, the whole thing falls apart like that.
Yeah, but that irreducible. I mean, first of all, there is nothing in biology that is irreducibly complex, and the idea that if you could take one component out of a cell and the cell would, well, yeah, obviously, but that's not how evolution works. Evolution doesn't just add components willy-nilly.
How many times have I heard that's not how evolution works? What we are trying
I would hope that not as many, but
on everything it comes up like, no, that's not exactly how it works. It works like that. And when you expose that, no, it's not. That's
no, that's not what we meant. That's not what we meant. That's not what we meant.
Well, you have to understand that evolution is a very complicated subject, and it requires, to be an expert in this stuff. And I by no means am an expert. I'm a layman. You have to go to school for a very long time and study biology for a very long time.
You have to go to extreme. You have to go to extreme lengths in order to prove something that you don't want to see how obvious it is that there was a creator who was very, very intelligent, much more intelligent than all the intelligence of these guys combined.
Not to mention, every time we finally poke enough holes in it, you guys just add a billion years to the process, right? Just kind of kicking the can down the road. In a billion years, I'm sure we'll prove you wrong.
Yeah. I've never heard anybody say that. If somebody has said that to you, that they're incorrect. That's not how we do anything in science. But speaking about this creator, I'm not
update like whoa. No, the textbooks update like every 10 years, and it's
because our
almost
understanding
impossible
improves
to even find two evolutionists that believe either the Big Bang is rapid expansion of the universe or the beginning of the universe. So, I mean, let's not pretend that all the scientific models are like unanimously agreed upon, because that's just simply a falsehood.
Right. So the thing about the Big Bang is that we can't really tell. You can't really tell past a certain point whether or not there's anything beyond it. That our understanding, our tools sort of break down after a certain point, right? So what we call like the birth of the universe is really just a wall that we can't see past. So it very well might be the beginning of the universe, but it doesn't have to be. And that's, again, another open-ended question currently in astrophysics. But I want to go back to what Heart of Flesh said about, he's unfortunate, he's AFK. Because you guys talk about this creator, this designer, and I'm not really aware of this entity. I'd like to know what exactly you guys are talking about.
Jesus Christ, God.
Okay.
Yeah, you're not familiar with the creator God?
I've never met him. No one's ever introduced me.
I feel like you've never met Mozart, but that you probably have heard of him, though, right?
Well,
because
we
that's
have
how
his
it
music.
works. I'm pretty sure you've heard of God. Came to earth, died for your sins, offered you a possibility at having salvation and an eternity with him, and you've rejected that.
I know that the Bible says these things. I don't know that these things are true, though. Like I said, with Mozart, at least we have his music, several independent reports of his life, plenty of critics.
And see, that's so bizarre because we have more historical writings and documents on the personhood of Jesus Christ than we do any other person of antiquity. Yet you probably have no trouble accepting the reality of any of those people. We absolutely do. It's not even close.
Really?
It's like 14 for Julius Caesar, and it's thousands for Jesus Christ. You can take your time and go Google it right now. We'll wait for you to get back. Not an issue.
No, I'll take your word for it.
I don't want to
Are
be
all of
too hostile to our new friend here. Let's not be too hot. Let's not be too hot.
Listen, I'm not here to cause problems.
Okay, I'm just saying.
Right.
All right.
When
let's
you
have
say
it
that
out.
we have all of these attestations of Jesus, are we talking about the Bible?
Well, what is your idea of the Bible? Because the Bible's not just a book; it's a library. It's a collection.
Yeah, of course. It's a collection.
multiple
It's a
books.
collection of multiple books. You've got you can break it up into sections.
Parchments.
Right? You've got
Yes.
Yeah, you've got the Pentateuch at the beginning, the first 5 books, and then you've got the rest of the Old Testament. That
First 5 books is the Torah.
Yeah, the Pentateuch, the first 5.
Yep.
The Jews call it the Torah, but biblical scholars call it the Pentateuch. And then you've got the rest of the Old Testament, and that constitutes the Jewish Bible. And then you've got the New Testament, which is what I presume that you guys are Christians. That's what you guys added to it. And then you've got a bunch of extra books, which, depending on which branch of Christianity you're in, you either think are biblical or non-biblical. And then you have the third part in the trilogy, if you're a Mormon. I'm aware of what the Bible is, but I am also aware that it is the claim of Christianity. So you're going to have to do more than that if you want to produce this God.
Well, here's the thing, though. The teaching of a creator is much older than the idea of evolution. So since we were the status quo and you guys are kind of the new kids on the block, I feel like the burden of proof should be on you. And since I asked you for the origin of life, you said we still don't know.
It's really funny that you would say
And then
that,
when you
because
asked
that's not,
me, we
that's not how we
offer
do
a
that.
creation story. Okay, interesting. Very interesting.
The status quo is what we observe in reality, not what any person in history. There is no historical first mover advantage for the truth, right?
I reject the notion that you cannot acknowledge a creator as this reality. I reject that.
There is nothing in reality that would tell me that there is a creator.
Everything in your reality indicates that there has to be a creator.
I can tell you from my personal experience, right? I don't want to get into anybody else's head or make authoritative claims about reality outside of my perception of it. But from what I see in reality, when I step outside my door, nothing about our reality tells me that there must be a God.
Okay, so if I show you a painting, is that painting?
Do I hear a Canadian in the room?
No, there are no.
Okay,
Are there Canadians in here?
Okay.
I have no idea.
It was just the
So if I show you a painting, is that not proof that there's a painter? Do I have to show you the painter to prove that someone painted the painting?
Yes.
You don't.
How do I know
I
that
can
that's not a
just
copy
show
of
you
the painting?
Because there still had to be an original. No matter how far you kick that can down the road, it gets to a point where somebody created the original painting that you have a copy of. No,
All right,
it works that way with everything in life. If I walk
It
you
works
down
with
the street
everything
and show you a
man-made, for
building,
sure.
there's an architect. No, not man-made, created, intelligently
Yes,
designed.
any object that is man-made is obviously, yeah, you can kick the can down until you find the person who made it. Yes. But the earth
Right,
is
and
not
that's because
man-made.
we
The trees are
inherited
not
that
man-made.
trait from our father.
I mean, you're going to have to demonstrate this father before I believe you.
All right.
Three letters, DNA.
Man himself, and I will only talk about man, not women. Women have imperfections. But
Oh.
man,
Yeah, us
Oh,
dudes
boy.
dudes, we're perfect.
so
Yeah, oof.
dudes, you know, consider it a painting, right?
Bros be first.
All right, of course. I hope you get the joke. It was a joke, right? Because the English language has the word man, both for man and human. So, all right, so humans, both male and female, consider it an analogy with a painting. You're saying that no, yeah, they might be perfect, like, but they created themselves after millions and billions of years, because I'm going further back.
Created themselves. I'm not sure that I would agree with that statement.
That's exactly what you're saying about the painting. You're admitting that
No, I would admit to you that the painting is a man-made object, because obviously paintings do not magically appear in nature. Paintings are man-made things, but that's very different than the Earth.
Universes and galaxies don't just pop up out of nowhere either, man. Come on.
No, absolutely
The
they
universe
don't.
is way more complicated than a human being.
But
Way more complicated than a building.
Let's stick to the human being, though. It is way more advanced than a painting.
Well, sure, because
There is
the
nothing in your
human
body.
being is a living thing, and the painting is an object.
There is nothing in your body that can be removed.
The appendix.
Yeah,
Your
because
wisdom
we can
teeth.
remove the appendix doesn't mean that we don't need it. will die
It's a
younger.
vestigial organ, yeah, like your coccyx or your
It's
wisdom
not
teeth.
vestigial.
Yeah,
it is
sure.
not vestigial. No.
Okay, so what does it do?
It
So the
helps you
thing
with your
is,
immune
let's
system.
not even.
So why
let's
can you
not even
remove it and be
go-
fine? Why does the appendix just sort of blow up in people randomly?
I can remove my leg and it'd be fine.
Right.
I
I mean,
still live perfectly fine. I can
you
remove
would be
my.
sans a leg. You would be down a leg, and that would cause you
Okay.
mobility issues for the rest of your life.
I'll remove my tonsils. Will I live? They're vestigial, right? Like we don't need them. They
Are
can
the
just be
tonsils vestigial? That's a good question. Hold on.
no.
Tonsils vestigial.
They have a purpose, and so does the appendix.
Yeah, so they're also vestigial structures. What's your point?
They're not vestigial. Vestigial is not even a real thing.
It's absolutely a real thing in biology.
No, it's not. It's a made up word for a false term. There's nothing.
You're gonna have to.
You need them. You need them, but you can survive without them.
Our appendix is not vestigial. It has a purpose. Our tonsils are not vestigial. They have a purpose. Our tailbones are not vestigial. It has a purpose.
What is the purpose of the tailbone?
The purpose of the tailbone is an anchor point to a whole bunch of nerves that control your body
And muscles.
and muscles. Yeah, I mean,
Well, that's just because it's a part of the spinal column. But the coccyx
Well, we
itself
have-
serves
we
no
have a
functional
challenge.
purpose.
We
The only
have a
reason
challenge.
the only reason we have it is because
We
in
have a
our
challenge.
biological ancestry,
Okay,
we
we
had
have a
well, not
challenge.
we, but our biological ancestors had tails.
Okay, great.
well then
We
why
know
did
you
we
know-
lose our
we
why
know
did we
you-
lose
wait
our
up,
tails?
Lupin.
I want
Wait
a
up,
tail.
Lupin.
No,
Lupin,
I
wait,
want a
wait.
tail. No, you wait, okay?
Okay, wait up.
Okay.
I agree with Lupin. I want a tail too. It would be very
Oh,
convenient.
I would love a tail. Yeah,
Right?
absolutely.
I don't know why I lost it. Who says
Well,
I
you
didn't need
didn't
it?
lose it. I think it just selection pressures. It wasn't necessary anymore.
Yeah, but now with the cell phones, I could use holding my cell phone on my car and have my tail driving the car.
Yeah,
so-
but that's an argument from anthropocentrism. Just because you
Alright.
personally think it would be useful doesn't
But we
mean that
do-
evolution
but
would
we-
select for it.
If I'm getting
Okay,
chased
but we
by
do have
if
a
I'm getting
challenge.
chased by a
Lupin.
lion, I
Lupin,
will
Lupin,
use the tail to climb the tree.
Give me a minute. We have a challenge.
Sure.
We will pay. This channel is going to pay the money for the operation to have your tailbone removed.
I'll do it for free.
Okay.
Would you agree? Would you go through the process? You don't need it anymore.
All right, let's look it up. Let's see if it would be a good idea for me to remove my coccyx. Removal.
Well, wait a minute. If you're looking up to see if you actually need it, that means it's not vestigial.
No. That's not what I said. I said I'm going to look up whether or not it would be a good idea. So it's, let's see, whether it would be a good idea for me to remove my
you brought
tailbone
up
surgically.
vestigial appendix, the tossils, and then because you know that these aren't, you turn to this. So for this, the third one, I say, so you don't need that. It is vestigial, so let's have it removed. We will pay for the operation.
Hold on.
But you will have a hard time.
There's a good chance of complications here.
Yeah, because you wouldn't be able to control some stuff.
Germ cell tumors. Yeah, I live just fine with my coccyx. I don't need it removed, so I'll have to decline.
Don't call it vestigial then.
Yeah,
it's vestigial whether or not I use it.
Yeah, let me. I actually.
Vestigial refers to an evolutionary necessity, man. It's sort of there now.
I have a video.
The thing is that's still a necessity. You couldn't walk without it. So I mean, that's not like a necessity to you. You guys don't see that as like something pertinent to God's original design. Like seriously. You just want to army crawl through the rest of your life just to cut off your nose and spite your face? That's not something we benefit from?
Necessity. It's just something that we have.
We can't walk without it. We would be crawling. That would be devolving, or what is it? Stagnant, they call it. The opposite of evolving. Like that would be no bueno. You don't get that?
Research would suggest that the attachments that the coccyx serves could also be attached at other points and are like the tendons and the ligaments, the muscles that are attached to the coccyx.
But it's not.
But they are attached at other points.
Okay, then question for you. Would you be okay with having all evolutionists lined up and having all of theirs involuntarily removed?
I don't know
that way
what
we can ensure you guys don't reproduce?
I don't know what
you don't know what an evolutionist is?
No.
Someone who believes in the religion of evolution. Darwin.
I've never heard of that. I've never heard of that.
You've never heard of Darwinian evolution?
I've never heard of the religion of evolution. Could you explain that?
Yeah,
to me?
you have. You absolutely have heard of religion.
I am not aware of any religion with that title.
Do you believe in a type of fairy tale that says fish turned into amphibians, which turned into reptiles and turned into mammals over extended periods of time? Do you believe that?
No.
Really? That is remarkable.
Yeah.
Wow. You don't believe in the farm theory? You
don't believe in Darwinian evolution? That is insane.
You must be smarter. You must be smarter than all the evolutionary biologists out there.
And the textbook.
We found a special one, boys.
Yeah, I don't believe in whatever you refer to as Darwinian evolution.
It's not what we believe in, it's what they
well,
believe in.
nobody outside of your faith calls it Darwinian evolution, first of all.
Okay.
It's not a religion, second of all.
Okay,
it is a religion. You have to believe it.
What is the supernatural belief attached to it?
Can you define farm for a friend? Did you hear me? I think
I'll let anybody do it.
What's going
on? Defining the order of how we came to be, which is called farm. From the acronyms of
fish, amphibians, reptiles, mammals.
Let me look this up.
So, do you agree with that, or you do not?
What is this called? The farm theory?
Farm.
It's just the acronym is farm.
Yeah.
From fish to amphibians, from amphibians to reptiles, from reptiles to mammals. This is the family tree history of evolution. This is why we call it a religion, because in order to believe you have a common ancestor with a cat, you have to have a common ancestor.
Amphibians, reptiles, birds, and mammals. I'm not finding any information on this.
Oh,
I'm not sure if this is something I'm just not familiar with, and I don't know how to search it up.
Yep.
But thank you. If you could drop a link in the private chat or in the comment section or something.
All right, guys, I gotta prepare for my stream. It's got to be either the Ten Commandments and explaining that to the atheists, either that or cannibalism. We're gonna be is gonna be either one or the other. So I gotta.
That's a massive split on those two topics.
I know. I like to keep it interesting.
So you're definitely keeping it interesting.
Yep. Yeah, that's my goal, because actually it's all thanks to Achilles, because actually Achilles and Stump brought this up because they said thou shalt not kill makes cannibalism, not right. But really, what if that person died of natural causes and you didn't kill him? So,
I mean, as long as they consent, I guess it's fine.
Well, I mean, I'd say it would be a win in biblical win, because whenever the angel came to Peter and said, "Look, I've made everything clean to eat. Everything is now eat." How can you judge? If a family got stranded like off a plane wreck and in the tundra, and somebody was going to die, and I said, "Look, I'm going to go out before you go out. I'm going to take this to my carotid artery, start with my liver. That's where you get the best nutrients." Can we judge that person for eating that person?
I mean, it's a consensual cannibalism. I don't see any problem with it.
Exactly. It's a very interesting.
Your body is your property. You're allowed to give it to whoever you want, I guess.
Now, Stephen is a partial Jewish, so I'm not sure how kosher cannibalism is in the kosher dietary laws.
Okay, wait a minute. Hold on.
You're
I'm
Jewish?
Hebrew on my dad's side, and I'm Christian on my mother's side. Okay, but how does that again pertain to kosher and cannibalism? I missed that part because I was answering a question.
I'm not sure cannibalism is kosher.
Are humans kosher?
I would have to imagine not.
Well, I guess you would have to count humans as kosher, because God says, "Called nothing that He made unclean."
Amen.
Now, He was referring to the 3 Gentiles who were coming to see Him, not so much, telling Him to eat things that were made to be garbage men of the earth, but that's a different conversation. Yeah, and I guess in that conversation, He declared all men clean, at least believers.
So you see where I'm coming from. So now I got to go and prepare for this. I'm gonna let you guys go. It's been fun.
What a weird question to make me answer.
You're welcome. I haven't talked to you in so long. I had to get something out of you.
Fair enough. And what happened to Achilles? Achilles didn't want to take a swing at this? I had to answer the cannibalism question?
I did. I gave the answer, and then I thought to myself, wait a minute, though, what if you don't kill him? And we started laughing, so that's where that ended. That happened on Lupin's show a couple of days earlier.
Yeah.
So
no, it started making me think.
God, I remember then saying that God did allow us to eat animals, and we are not an animal.
Oh, that's an interesting claim.
That's
a good
what makes us not animals?
Yeah. So there are some
the Holy Spirit.
There are some things in the
Interesting.
Bible.
Can you produce this Holy Spirit?
Wait up, Kim. Let me respond to my brother here. There are some things in the Bible that not even God would suspect that we would think to do. So He didn't mention them. It's like,
whoa! What? What did you just say? That not even God would suspect these things? Or did you just imply that your God is not omniscient?
No, but that is way too stupid, blasphemous to eat another human. I know that some tribes are doing it. They can go right ahead.
People
But,
have done it out of
but hold
desperation.
on. You made a specific claim about God there. You said that not even God would have thought of us doing that.
Because
that seems like you made God not omniscient there.
Or the other side of it could be that this is way too stupid for God to even mention it.
But that's not what you said.
No,
that's not, you said that God, not even God would suspect that we would ask these questions.
I think this is something that we have to examine through the spiritual
Guys,
lens
this
of the
is
Bible to find it out.
This is something said like poetically. For instance, the scripture also says that we offered up our children on the fires to the false gods, and it says in the scripture that these are things that never entered God's mind. It's the
Right.
same equivalency.
Exactly.
Like he's a righteous God. He wouldn't think of these perverted, evil, wicked things.
I mean, except when he asked Abraham to do it.
No, wait.
He never intended Abraham to do it. That's why there was already a ram stuck in the thicket to be the sacrifice. And that was a foreshadow of Jesus Christ. So thank you for bringing up one of my favorite foreshadows.
Amen.
What about when
Please
God did it
do
with
some
his
more.
son?
I love the foreshadows. God
I'm
had to do it with his son, or we'd all be damned to hell because we all sinned against a holy, righteous God. You're welcome. You need to thank him.
And he showed the father of Israel what it would be about further down the road. He foreshadowed it.
Okay. Well, I'm going to go ahead and be looking up some stuff and just checking it out. I'm looking at it from a survival perspective because.
Oh, I don't want to survive close to you then.
Oh, you probably don't. You probably don't.
Thank you, AJ. I appreciate you. Thank you, AJ.
I don't know, Lupin, I don't know. For me, the commandment that says love your brother as yourself, your neighbor as yourself, kind of covers that. That's me, though.
Okay, but if I knew that I was not going to make it, and I make myself a sacrifice in order for some other people to make it, it's kind of like the ultimate sacrifice I could give to them. So, I don't know.
Sounds like the ultimate facepalm to me.
I mean, to each their own.
Yeah. That's why we have different channels.
For those of you in the chat, since apparently I can't post comments through the chat. I do have a channel. It's called Tear Your Hair Out on YouTube. Currently, there's not a whole lot. It's just live streams and highlights of me talking with some other. Actually, are you guys young Earth creationists?
Oh yeah.
Okay, so then I've been talking with a different young Earth creationist.
I don't really accept that term. I think that the Earth is very old. 6,000 years. That's ancient. I mean, you think about when they discovered America, quote unquote, 500 years ago. That time distance is almost unfathomable. Take it back 6,000 years. That is so old.
There are things on Earth older than that, so I'm not sure how you come up with that.
And who
well, because the dating methods that are used are inaccurate. For instance, they had this mammoth, and inside the mammoth there was a unborn mammoth that the mother was carrying, and they sent both mammoths away for testing, and the testing came back totally different ages, even though the fetus was taken from inside the mother.
Let's
see
if I can.
How do you think that they're accurate?
I'm not familiar with this particular case, so let me do some digging and see if I can find it. Okay.
All right.
All right, but no, guys, I'm gonna excuse myself, but it's been a pleasure talking with you guys, Steven. I love you. You know, I'm just messing around with you guys to a certain extent. I really want to get to the bottom of this answer, though.
All right, brother.
Let's see.
So, yeah, I will talk to you guys later, and it was a good conversation, and very nice to meet you, Kern.
Kem.
Cam.
Kem. Kem.
Kem. Very nice.
It's very nice to meet you as well, brother. Have a good one. Enjoy your stream.
Yeah,
Lupin, awesome hanging out.
I try to make it interesting.
Let's see.
Keeping it spicy.
Keeping it human flavored. Goodbye. How do I?
Bye, bro.
How do I disconnect? Okay, remove. Okay.
You forgot how to get out?
It's been a minute.
Mhm.
All right, love you guys. God bless.
Take it easy.
Get out. Get out of here.
Hey, babushka.
I can't seem to find anything about discrepancies in dating regarding the Lyuba mammoth.
All right. On your own time, you should look into it, and it's not the only one.
Sure.
No, you can just write carbon dating fails.
Well, that seems
exposed.
that seems like it'll give me some skewed results.
No, because
I want to read into the actual paper
So
that was
what
produced
is
about the mammoth.
what is something that it would be good for you? Wikipedia?
Wikipedia is a great source to get abstracts and to get sources. I would
Right.
not
So if
take
you
it as
find the
an
source, if you find the source outside of Wikipedia, but it is a scientific journal, does that count?
yeah. So yep, that's what I'm trying to find, but I
Right.
can't seem to find anything.
You're gonna have to dig a little deep, and you'll find it. And it's not
Yeah, I
the only
will.
example. There are many examples.
Yeah,
The thing-
I just what I'm saying is I can't find any information about the dating being having any discrepancies with the calf. Is what I'm saying.
Well,
I don't see. I'm not getting any results. And usually when I'm googling stuff about supposed instances where radiometric dating has failed, usually those are like front of screen, like with that the famous snail that was dated to be 20-something thousand years old because the individual who's writing about it doesn't understand the reservoir effect. That's something I can pull up in the snap of a finger.
Right.
I am not Canadian. Stop calling me a Canadian.
Who did?
Somebody in chat. The
Wait a
disrespectful
minute.
bastard.
Hold
How
on.
dare you?
Hold on. Wait. Hold on. First of all, please don't cuss. But I understand because I also despise being called Canadian. So I feel your pain.
It might as well
I'm
be.
sorry
a
that's
slur,
happening
man.
to you. I mean, only thing worse than being called Canadian is being called French. Am I right?
No.
Real. In being French is the only crime that is unforgivable. I'm sorry.
But do you guys
Yeah.
want to hear? Do you want to hear a secret?
Sure.
After I tell you the first phrase every French child learns in school is "I surrender." They learn it in every language.
That's fucked. Oh, sorry. Hold on. I'm
It's
used
gonna
to
piss you
I'm used to
off.
swearing like a sailor. I'm sorry about that.
Secret's gonna piss you off, but Kim, I'm not in the States.
Oh, what?
I'm in Greece. I'm a Greek
Oh.
in Greece, and it is now 1:28 a.m. for me.
Wow, that's late.
Yeah, so no, it's early compared to other streams. No, it's not even late. I just want to say that when somebody is pretty dumb around here, we call him an American. Shh, just don't shout at me. I'm just giving you the truth. Don't shoot the messenger. So if somebody says I'm from Canada, we don't go like, oh, we got another one. We're like, oh, okay, Canada, great. People do their they open books and stuff over there. Sorry, but it is what it is.
Okay, I've pulled up the study, and I'm looking at the data here.
Wait a minute. Hold on. I know you're American because of your dislike for Canadians, but what state are you from? Because you don't
What
have a
state am I
southern draw. You
from?
have to be from the Midwest or you're a Yankee.
Oh, I'll let you guess.
Sounds like I'm not qualified enough to know, but he does sound northern.
I'm going to say Ohio or Pennsylvania.
So
That's my shot in the dark.
I would go for Pennsylvania.
You're both wrong.
Okay.
Man. Okay.
I am originally from Southern California, and I now live in West Virginia.
SoCal, baby.
Yep.
And you haven't picked up any of the West Virginia accent.
Well, I live in the
At all.
Panhandle. We get a big mix of the sort of DC, what would you call it? The diaspora.
I got you.
I spent 2 years in Laverne, outside LA. Just instead of asking you where from in SoCal, because I don't want to be interrogative or anything, I'm just telling you.
Oh no, you're fine. I lived much further south. I lived in San Diego, real close to the border.
It's awesome. San Diego is great compared to Los Angeles.
It's all the same. It's garbage. You couldn't pay me enough money to go back.
Okay. Yeah,
That's how I felt about living in Texas. It's the place God forgot about.
In San Diego for sure. I wouldn't live in it. Yeah, that's for sure. But if I had to pick LA, San Francisco, or San Diego, I'd definitely choose San Diego. I'd be a San Diegan.
Okay, so it seems the dating method, there are discrepancies in terms of the ages when you date different parts of the specimen, but the most accurate one seems to be the intestines, which are consistent with dentin values that are reported in a different study that looked at other mammoths. And the estimate that they're giving here is about 41,800 years. No mention of there being a discrepancy between the calf.
So may I ask this question?
Sure.
If you have another problem with carbon dating is that you can carbon date the same specimen, and it will not give you the same number, no matter how many times you're going to test it. So what they're doing,
they used carbon and nitrogen dating here, so they have two different overlapping tools that are giving similar and consistent results.
Not consistent. They're similar, but
consistent with other studies, as in consistent with what we know about mammoths.
Exactly. You see, you have to bring in conjunction with what we know. What we take for granted, but that's wrong.
No, not what we take for granted. What we already know about mammoths. So other mammoth specimens have been found that have been dated to about the same range, right? Because mammoths lived for a very long time. And this mammoth specifically was found to be about as old. So it's consistent with what we see. If we had gotten a result that was like 6,000 years, right, we would say, hey, that's not consistent with what we see with mammoths. Maybe we need to do some more. No, we wouldn't discard it. We would continue to study it and see why we're getting that discrepancy.
But that is what has happened. Every time they get that, they discard it. And then they keep doing the test until they get the right sample, the right result that fits the evolution.
So with this specimen, right? They did 2 tests on the skin, one on the bone collagen of one of the ribs, and one on the intestines. And we know that the intestines are the most stable part of the specimen. So that's the date that is most consistent with other specimens. Yeah, the carbon dating is not a perfect. Radiometric dating is not perfect. Depending on the tool that you use, you can get there. Imagine that they're all different sized rulers, right? They're all different sized rulers, and you use them for different periods of time, and they have different. What would you call them when it's plus or minus X number of years? They have different. There's a term for this. I'm blanking. Maybe somebody in the chat can help me out, but they have different room for error, right? You have plus or minus X number of years, error bars. Yeah, sure. But the idea that we just sort of like test a thing over and over until it gives us the result that we want is completely incorrect. That's just not how science works, dude.
That's exactly what I heard earlier when you said that that's not how evolution works, dude. And now you say that's not how science works, dude.
Yeah, so, you have a misconception about how the people who do this work do their work.
I have heard of, and you can find those too online.
Margins of error. Thank you,
cases,
Phantom.
No. Of cases where they send a specimen and they get back thousands of years old. And they say, wait a minute, I found that deep in the strata. It can't be that young. And then the lab responds, oh, you should have told us that it's now from down there, so send it back to us. And you send it back to them.
Yeah, so
and then
probably
they
the
tell
wrong
you,
tool was used. They used the wrong ruler to measure.
Right. That's why it comes.
Yeah, when you use a tool incorrectly,
seriously,
you get
I did
incorrect
give-
results.
I did give an intro that if you don't want to see
Achilles,
it, you will not.
Achilles,
Yeah.
can we please play my favorite game? You know, science disproving science. Can we? Please, can we?
Sure. Let me say
That's
hi
just
to Gigi.
science. That's kind of what science
Okay,
is about. It's
so
about
science
falsifying.
disproving science. It's symbiotic relations. Do you want to play symbiotic relations?
Symbiotic relations.
Yes, you know,
Okay.
things like certain plants, they need bees to pollinate, and the bees need the plants. So they have to exist at the same time. But with evolution, which one came first and how did they survive without one another? And that's just one of thousands of examples of
They
symbiotic
adapted to each other.
relationships.
They adapted to each other.
I'll be right
To a
back.
part
how
of
it works.
dependency that is toxic.
Toxic? What are you talking about? Toxic?
Because now they're so dependent upon each other that without the other, they can't even exist.
Yeah, because
that doesn't seem counter to evolution.
The selection pressure of that new environment has benefited them, so they are now adapted to that environment. The environment that
But
includes
that's not
this new organism.
evolving. That's
Yes, it is.
devolving. It's
No, it's
not
not.
having a mutation that's bettering itself. Now it's gone from a relationship that was not dependent upon anything else to being reliant
that's
on
called
something
natural
else.
selection. That's called natural selection. The organisms that are best fit for their new environment, meaning the environment
It's
that now
called
has this new organism.
stagnation.
No,
It's when
that's-
evolution's
it's
not
natural
working.
selection. That's natural selection. I'm really sorry to burst your bubble, man, but symbiotic species are
Okay, you
more
are
proof of
Canadian.
natural selection.
You are
I'm not
Canadian. You just
Canadian.
said burst your bubble, man.
I said burst your bubble.
Look, man, no one dislikes a Canadian as much as me, eh? But don't play me a hose head, eh?
All right, don't put that on me, brother. Don't put that on me. All right. But listen. A symbiotic species are more indicative of natural selection than anything else, especially anything you would propose. The idea that as organisms enter into the same environments as each other and they become adapted to each other, that shows evolution, that shows natural selection, it shows biota adapting itself to each other. I don't understand why that seems so difficult. I know that from a modern perspective, right? If we remove one of the pieces of this puzzle, yeah, the puzzle is now incomplete and broken, but that the puzzle didn't start off complete. This is anthropocentrism again. You're looking at this.
Well,
from a
no, what
perspective
I'm
of a
saying
modern
is
human.
you're describing the deterioration of the earth since
It's
the
not
fall with
deterioration,
Adam and
man.
Eve. It
It's
is.
not
Things are
deterioration.
deteriorating if we're now relying on other organisms to survive.
No, that's just an ecosystem.
What's the benefit? What is the niche in the environment to make us evolve
less
that function?
competitive. It becomes easier to survive.
But what
You're
is
no
the
longer
niche in the
competing with
environment to
other-
cause that?
What?
There has to be a niche in the environment for you to react to in order for evolution to take place. What's the niche in the environment
No,
to
you
cause
just
it
need
to
an
evolve
you just need an
to
environmental
depend
change.
on one
You
another?
just need an environmental change.
What's the change?
Or in
What is the
species specifically, you need
environmental
a reduction
change
in
to
gene
cause
flow.
two organisms to be dependent upon each other? You don't even
It
have
could be
that
a myriad
answer.
of different things.
But this
You're
is
not giving me
supposed
a
to be a
specific-
religion I have to be taught in school?
Okay. It's not a religion. Nothing about it
It
is
is a religion.
You don't have to take any of it on faith. You can look at
Nothing about it is scientific. It's not observable. It's not demonstratable. It's not testable.
100%
How?
it is. The peppered moths.
How can you demonstrate evolution?
peppered
Please
moths.
demonstrate
Peppered
for me
moths.
millions of years.
The peppered moths. The peppered moths are the most salient and clear example of evolution in action within a human lifetime. You want
What's funny though is the
that's
oldest living organism on Earth was the Methuselah tree, and it dated to 4,900 years, which is just a little bit older than the creation narrative, but a lot closer to ours than
most
yours.
things don't live that long, man. Are you expecting there to be trees that are millions of years old? That's ridiculous.
Well, that one tree did. Why didn't others? That's kind of weird.
It's an exception. It's a massive exception. That's what? The fact that there aren't 10,000-year-old trees is proof that evolution is a lie? I don't understand.
No, but I think it's funny that the oldest living organism on Earth dates to right at the flood narrative. I find that oddly coincidental.
I mean, this is assuming that there's any that there's any geologic evidence of a global flood catastrophe, which there absolutely
There's as much geologic evidence for that as there are the petrified tree stumps that are going through millions of layers of evolution. They're going through all through the Mesozoic and the Mississippian and the Jurassic and all of them. They're petrified trees. They're tree fossils.
He means
millions of years worth of layers.
Worth of layers, yes.
And they're all over the world.
Okay. What's
my point is that just proves that you have different ages of the Earth.
No, we don't.
How? Because this layer system demonstrates millions of years. Yeah, we have trees growing through millions of years. Let me ask you a question. You said you're from Southern California. How long does a dead tree stand around after it dies?
I think you're conflating two things.
I'll give you a year. I'll give you 2 years. Not millions of years.
Hold on. Nobody is saying that the trees grew for millions of years. That's contrary to everything we know about trees, okay? Just because the trees are petrified and preserved and then sediment covers them up doesn't mean that they're millions of years old. That's not how that works.
So did they stay up petrified?
Man, I'd have to look at the specific trees you're talking about. I don't have this pulled up. Hold on.
They're all over the world.
And
to accompany that flood theory, I would also point out the 11-foot oysters, the 11-foot sized oysters that are found at Mount Everest and mountains in the Indies.
Okay, so you guys are talking about polystrate fossils, right?
Yep.
True,
Upright,
yes.
Fossilized tree trunks that have been found.
Yep.
And you're going to find the alternative theory, which says that the layer is much, much bigger at that spot. So there was some form of short flood which covered the tree, and then the layers continued.
Well, no, it says that
now they're saying that they're growing through like ancient lakes, and that every one of them was in an ancient swamp, which is bull crap.
Is that these petrified trees are usually associated, or they occur in layers associated with actively subsiding coastal plains or rift basins. So they are near.
And that's not accurate.
Water. How is that not accurate? That's where we find
because that's not the case for all of them. They're found all over the world.
Do you want to share your screen, Ken? You can press that present button and share the tab.
I know how it works. Thank you.
Okay.
I'm going to find. Hold on. Available. Hold on. I'm just looking at the abstract here on Wikipedia.
Hi, Kaylee.
Let me see if I can find.
Hi, gangster. How's it going, brother?
How are you guys doing?
I don't think this is available online.
All good. Trying to cure another friend.
I'm trying to offer therapy to a friend.
You say that.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. I can live with that. I can live with that.
Well, I mean, if you're trying to reach people in good faith, you shouldn't be making them out to be like sick or something. I feel like that's
well, we have to do that to provoke you guys in here. But once you get in here, we're willing to have a good talk.
Yeah, but does that help when you build animosity against people who disagree with you?
I'm not cussing.
You know what?
I'm not saying anything bad. I'm just saying that.
Well, I mean, you called me sick implicitly there.
Yeah,
you would be shocked at how oddly effective it is, though. Yes.
But
We're having
no,
a
I'm not
great
in agreement.
conversation now.
I actually consider it that myself, I was sick. I kept believing into things that I didn't have time to look into, and that is called faith. If you look into them and you can discover the proof, then you will see that that is science. So when you
Yeah.
think that modern dinosaurs have evolved to a chicken,
No,
and-
no, 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 no. Chickens.
I know about
Okay,
physics.
Hold on.
You're
hold
all
on.
start.
Modern
brought that up?
chickens have ancestry that is shared with dinosaurs. They have a dinosaur that is a common ancestor. Them and
Yeah,
and
but the
dinosaurs
first
are
one
common
that we found, the first one of those that we found was faked.
Archaeopteryx?
The first one was faked.
You're not
It
talking about
came-
Archaeopteryx, are you? That is the link that would
came
connect
out
reptiles
on
to
the,
birds.
on the scientific magazine. I don't remember which one it is. I think it was National Geographic. And then they had to come out a couple of years later and say, oh, it turned out to be a fake. Then 5-10 years later, they found another one. And if you ask me, that's a fake too. It's a better faked one. But you don't have it to examine it yourself and see that these actual bones are not the bones that would work.
Citation needed, man. I can't really comment on hearsay about a scientific
All right.
article you might have read.
I cannot look that up right now because I have it's gonna take me going.
That's fine.
through.
I mean, we can leave it
No,
for
you can
another
give me
day,
your
right?
email and I will send you the citation of the magazines.
Sure.
That actually.
I will drop my email in the private chat.
Yep. All right. Thank you.
And then
Because it happened
discuss
and
it at a different time.
all right, because it happened and I wouldn't be lying to you. So
I'm not accusing you of lying, right? I don't think
didn't
that
say
you would
are.
lie to me.
I didn't say you are, but I'm saying that I would not be lying to you to tell you that there are liars out there for you and your soul. So I wouldn't attack those with another lie, right? So by definition, I'm trying to give you the truth, and the things that we are bringing up here relate to the truth.
I mean, it seems to me, right, with my the conversations that I've had, including you lovely folks, with young Earth creationists and other deniers
And
of
old Earth, because 6,000 years is very old.
Old Earth creationists do not think that 6,000 years is the age of the Earth. I'm using the term as it is understood academically to refer to people who share your belief system.
Well, just for the record, because I want to be fair, I think that Christians who believe in old Earth creationism, basically Christians that believe in evolution, also have the mental illness. It's not just atheists. I want to be fair.
I would be shocked if you didn't think that, to be completely honest.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah.
Glad.
If only because I expect people at the fringes of Christianity to be particularly vitriolic towards mainstream or I guess you would call them liberal Christians. Right?
No, the thing is, Ken, that the two theories don't jive.
Well, very clearly they don't jive. They have completely different.
Right. So that's why hearing from you that we don't come from Adam and Eve and Adam and Eve never existed and we have evolved, I accept it. But
I mean, we just have human skeletons that are older than that. The oldest human skeletons ever found are part of the Homo remains of 200,000 years old.
Let me just. This was a point, which is why. Hearing it from you, it's okay because that's your world theory. I'll leave it at that. I call it religion, but I'll leave it there, right? World theory is this. Now, if somebody claims to be Christian and they accept evolution before Adam and Eve, they are actually not Christians. So they have a problem there. You see what I'm saying? I can hear it from you and say Achilles. Oh, Achilles is my name, by the way. Adam and Eve was a lie. They never existed. I can hear that from you. But if I hear it from a Christian saying that, God actually didn't include the fact that they evolved from monkeys and stuff like that, that I can't hear from a Christian.
Is it that they're not Christians or they're just not your preferred kind of Christian?
A Christian actually means
You couldn't be here. The stars hadn't exploded because
who keeps playing that?
Not me.
Andrew, can you mute while you cough and recover?
Oh, that's me. My bad.
Oh, okay. My bad. Sorry, Andrew.
A Christian should take the Bible and use it to see the world, and not use what the world is telling him to make the Bible fit in it. And
Sure. Which Bible?
Right? What?
Which Bible?
Well, I'm trying to respond to your previous question. That's another question, and the previous one got answered, and you've jumped to another question. Don't do that. The thing is, I'm trying to show to you why there is a difference between somebody calling themselves Christians and advocating that there were millions of years before day 1 and day 2, which can be refuted, very logically can be refuted, and how I can accept it from somebody who believes in evolution, period, in theory. So they don't jive together. We cannot have a created Adam and Eve and also come from monkeys. So yes, I call them not Christians.
Okay.
Which version of the Bible? All the versions of the Bible speak of a 6-day creation. All of them. I don't know which one you will choose to get your soul saved. I don't care. They all
Does it matter?
Of the 6-day creation. No, it doesn't matter to me. There are some discrepancies with some, but that's another subject. But they all can get you. They all can get you to the truth. They all can get you saved. You had to
Not only that, but I mean, if we're going to play this which Bible game, I'll point out a fact for you.
Sure.
Every religion in the world acknowledges Jesus Christ as either a prophet or a messenger or someone special from God. Jesus takes all the credit for himself. And when you have that pattern, it gives you something to think about. The Muslims say that Jesus is a way. Yes. Did you know that in the Quran, the only woman in the entire book is the mother of Jesus Christ? And that they call him a great prophet? Have you even read the Quran? I mean, you make these comparisons to different religions, but you reject that your own religion is a religion, and then you don't look at all the religions you compare us to.
Hold on. The Muslims clearly don't consider Jesus to be their Messiah. They think of Jesus as a prophet, but certainly not as their Messiah, and certainly not as God.
They still acknowledge him as the greatest prophet. And he's such a great prophet that his mother is the only woman in the Quran. You're going to tell me that that's not significant? Sir, come on. Try again. You're
again,
really trying to stretch it.
Hold on. Significance mentions, sure, but Islam
significance mentions she's the only woman mentioned in a whole nother religion's holy book.
Worship Jesus. If they think Jesus is the Messiah, why don't they worship
I
Jesus?
never made the claim that they think he's the Messiah. I said that they said he's the greatest of all prophets and that he's such a special prophet. His mother's the only woman in their holy book.
The greatest prophet?
I have to explain to you. They see Muhammad as more than just a prophet. They see him as the Messiah.
And in their eschatology side, what would be like the end times, they are saying that Jesus will be born again, but he will meet the Mahdi, which is their actual Messiah and not the prophet of the Messiah. Muhammad was the prophet of that Messiah. Jesus will meet the Mahdi, the true Messiah, their Messiah, and the Mahdi is going to change Jesus' mind on things, and Jesus will turn Muslim.
Okay. Well, I'm not as educated about Islam as I am about Christianity, so I'm going to choose to respectfully just bow out of the Islam conversation because
okay. Just briefly, Andrew, you joined us a little bit ago. How are you, buddy? What do you got going on, and how long have you been listening?
Oh, I've been listening in the side chat for a little bit. I just joined because I heard discussion about polystrate trees and evolution, and that sort of thing, and I like talking geology. So,
Oh, are you more well versed in geology? Because I might need a hand on this. I know very fundamental stuff about geology.
well, the one of the significant issues that I noticed, or well, that I typically notice when creationists bring up polystrate fossils, is that sedimentary layers don't always require millions of years to form. In fact, we see environments today where they can be deposited fairly rapidly, and no serious geologist disagrees with that. Granted, there are other layers in the geologic record that do take significant amounts of time to form, but the layers encompassing these tree fossils aren't those layers.
Thank you. That was exactly my point. Can you just say that word again? Sedimentary layers.
Sedimentary.
That means
cemetery.
That means that they were deposited, right? That it's not like the other layers. Those got deposited, and that's why they can encompass.
Well, they were all deposited. That deposition just means they settled out. They laid down in one place,
right,
compared to another place.
From a massive event like a flood or something like that.
Well, yeah, it was probably some kind of flood event. That doesn't necessarily imply a global or very large flood.
It doesn't. No, it doesn't. But if you look at some pictures, which I'm trying right now to look into my data, but I do tend to back up my data because I'm running on NVMe drives and I want to keep them empty. So I'm trying to find a picture where one tree is going through 8 or 10 different layers. And when you bring that picture up, they say, that's the sediments that existed in that flooding. And we're like, that's what we've been saying all along about the geologic column. There was a huge
that's the point that I was making, though, is that some layers, yes, were flood deposited layers. That does not necessitate all these other layers that we do have evidence for slow deposition, that they were also deposited in a flood event.
Yeah, but slow deposition, if you have this process happening slowly, you should be getting some dirt between the layers, because what we have is
what do you mean by dirt in this case?
I'm sorry?
Like paleosols? Like fossil soils? Because we do have those in the geologic record.
We have one layer and the next one and the next one and the next one. And how did they get there? How wasn't any dirt or water erosion happen between the layers if they were millions of years apart?
We have evidence of erosion too. We see river channels cutting in other layers and leaving big gouges out. Look at the Grand Canyon, for example.
But you should have in between them. You should have that in between them. If they took millions of years. Because the thing here is that the alternative theory is that if you can have one place where one flood, a local flood, could deposit different layers, then why is it impossible to have it on a global scale?
Well, I didn't necessarily say that all of the layers encompassing the tree were deposited in a single flood event. Each layer was deposited in a single flood event, but of course, as someone else pointed out, the individual tree fossils are typically entombed in multiple layers of sand and silt and whatnot. Especially, also, I'll mention the fact that below them you'll find coal seams, or as I mentioned, paleosols, so fossil soil horizons, with some of the roots still intact, connected to the tree trunks. So they were clearly growing in place. They weren't swept from one area to another in some great catastrophe.
That's
one issue with that, though. One issue with that is there's one location around the world where all of these polystrate trees are found deposited upside down.
Where?
Oh, many areas.
Just look it up. No, it's one area that I'm thinking of. Is Japan or Germany? It's one or the other. Just Google it.
Well, which specific formation is it? There are lots of rock formations in Japan and Germany.
Just Google polystrate forest found upside down.
I have, and I have never seen any photos or images or studies with upside down polystrate trees en masse.
Give me 1 second. I'm gonna find it.
Yeah.
Fossil.
Okay, you made the claim, so I'd like you to support it.
While he does,
I'll Google
I'm
it.
bringing up
the Joggins polystrate fossils.
I'm sorry?
Yeah, that's one area, one site with polystrate. The technical term is upright fossils too.
Joggins fossils.
So we're not trying to scam anyone, fool you. We're just asking the question that if this can happen at one spot, and this is not millions of years of deposits, but a flood, why is it so hard to accept that the rest of the strata can also be from the same reason?
Because as I just said, there's evidence in these other layers that they weren't rapidly deposited. We can tell they weren't deposited in any kind of in any kind of water-based event. In some layers, they weren't deposited by water at all.
So how did this happen? What you see now here in this picture? Was the tree growing and the dirt was growing next to it? Do you see that happening today?
Well, you see it in swamps, for example. There are local flood events when the rivers overflow their banks and deposit sediment around them. The tree still survives.
And does the tree growing. And does the tree petrify at the bottom and then it keeps being alive at the top? What's going on?
Yeah, they can grow through, or well, they can keep surviving with sediment around them. And like they're a lot harder than you might imagine. And they can
there are thousands. There are hundreds and thousands of petrified clams on the top of mountains in the Indies and other large mountains around the world, and they're petrified, which means that they were buried rapidly, because when a clam dies, he opens up, he exposes himself. So we know that all these thousands of petrified clams were buried rapidly, which would have to be by mud at the top of mountains.
And I've seen that myself.
You're assuming the mountain ranges were at their present height, according to the theory of plate tectonics.
Yeah, but that's a good point. But according to the theory of plate tectonics,
that were then uplifted.
The theory of plate tectonics.
Okay, the plate tectonics doesn't explain the petrification.
It does explain their location, though.
Well, location, fine, but now the petrification. Now add the petrification to the location.
Yeah, so this event could have happened at a time when the mountain wasn't a mountain.
No, because the clams had to be buried rapidly or they would have opened up. We know that about clams, and they're all found together.
Not all clams.
So this whole big herd of clams we found had to be buried rapidly. You don't get that from the slow moving of the tectonics. You don't.
So
come back to the drawing board. Think up something else.
Hold on.
And even if the plate tectonics happen, it is the theory that explains all this. All right. Why is it happening on every single mountain that exists on the earth, where all the mountains of the
not
earth,
all of them.
All of them. I've personally found clams on the top of a mountain right outside my house here in Greece.
Yeah, but that's because of how mountains form. They form
all of them?
due to the.
There were no mountains.
Many of them form due to plate tectonics.
Wait a minute. I'm saying not on the example that Stephen brought where we found these big clumps, right? If I go to any mountain and I shuffle the dirt a little bit, I will find clumps and things that shouldn't be on the mountain. I've seen that with my eyes.
I don't know about every mountain. I don't know about every mountain.
I could not explain it when I was growing up. I'm a dirt bike rider. I've been riding mountains and mountains. So I've seen it everywhere. So it's either that
All
Have you been to
mountains were
every mountain
underwater at
on
some
Earth?
point.
Have you been to every mountain on Earth and found a clam
No,
on
but I've
every
been
mountain?
to-
Okay, so then we
Why
can.
don't we
So
just
hold on,
start
hold on,
with
hold on,
you
hold on,
explaining
hold
the
on.
mountains we do on? We'll
I'm
go
getting
from
to that.
there.
I'm getting
Don't
to
move the
that. I'm
goalposts.
getting. I'm
Don't
not
do
moving the
it.
goalposts. We have to start somewhere, right? Because the claim that he's making is incorrect on the face of it, right? It's not all mountains. Okay, it is many mountains, right? This is a thing that happens, but in all cases, it's because these mountains were underwater at some point.
All the mountains that
bottom of
I
the
have
sea
been
floor,
on,
and they
all
were
the
uplifted.
mountains that I have been on have been underwater. All of them.
If you have
Well, you've
found
seen.
ancient marine life on them, then yes.
Right.
That is how marine life gets to a location, is
Well,
by that
that's
location
a
being
lot of
underwater.
mountains are underwater. I've been to the Carpathians. I've been to the
Carpathians.
Greece's Pindros
Carpathian
ridge
mountain.
of mountains, and they were all underwater. So that would say.
Let's talk about the
you're-
Carpathians. Let's see how the Carpathians formed.
I'm sorry, what?
Let me look at the geology of the Carpathians and see how they formed.
Right,
Oh, look
I'll
at
give it
that.
up.
The area now
I'll give it
occupied by the
I'll give it up.
Carpathians was once occupied by smaller ocean basins.
Hmm.
Boom. They were underwater. That's why there's ancient marine life in the ground. Makes sense, right? Because the Earth has been around for a very long time, and the plates have moved over that time. So it makes sense that the place where you are now didn't look like this a million years ago.
Steve, I just want to say hi to you guys.
Oh, hey, what's up, dude?
Hi, Steve and Katie. I just want to say hi and have a good and safe night.
Have a good night, dude. Take it easy.
Oh, you too.
You too. Katie, are you there? Wow.
Steven had to step away.
Okay.
Sorry, it's in our private chat. Sorry about that.
That's all right. Thank you. Bye.
I wonder if he's going to find that specific location he mentioned.
I would love to see it.
Because I've never heard of a site like that in Mass, but I'd like to see that. By the way, it's a pleasure meeting you, Cam.
It's a pleasure meeting you as well. I'm very new to this. Sorry, my buddy
okay.
Phantom, who may or may not be in the chat right now, hit me up a while ago, and he was like, "Hey, dude, there's this thing going on. You should hop on." And I was like, "Yeah, okay." And so as soon as I got home, I decided, let me talk to these guys because they sound interesting.
Yeah,
and so far it has been a little interesting. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, I was just putting in the side chat, like you seem like a polite, knowledgeable fellow. So
I appreciate that.
Hope in other channels we might meet again sometime. Be able to talk more about some of these topics.
Absolutely. If you wanna hit me up on, do you have Twitter?
I don't have Twitter. I don't use social media that much.
Unfortunate. Well, my new channel is called Tear Your Hair Out. So feel free to
tear your hair out.
Yeah, tear your hair out, and hair is spelled like the animal.
Yeah.
Feel free to come by anytime, man. Anytime you see me live. I'm in the process of chopping up a bunch of live streams that I did with this fellow Robert Grun. I'm not sure if you're aware of him.
I don't believe so.
Yeah, he's an interesting individual. Point being,
you said you usually talk with other younger creationists.
It's been that for the last several weeks. Yeah.
Okay.
I only started doing this a couple of weeks ago. So.
Oh, okay. Well, welcome to the broader community. Hey,
yo, what's up, dude?
Nice to see you.
Hey, I just had, because I've been listening to some of this. I just had a question.
In your house.
Oh shoot!
That's right. That's right.
I'm just messing with Kevin.
No. That's some classic Achilles banter. I love the banter between me and Achilles. It's always classic every time. So I have a question for Achilles and Steven, if he's around and would like to take it as well.
I think he has stepped out for the moment.
Okay, that's all right. That's perfectly fine. I'm sure that he could possibly field it later on. I'm on break at work at the moment, so I can't stick around for terribly long. But
Oh, no worries.
My question basically is in relation to mountains and how Achilles, using the creation model, would you explain why a mountain chain like the Himalayan mountain chain is so much taller than, say, the Appalachian mountain chain in the United States? How using the creation model would you explain the differential between those two?
I don't see where the problem is. I'm taller than you. No, I'm kidding. I don't know. I might be shorter than you, but that, I don't understand where the issue is.
Well, it's not just in the height distribution of the mountains; it's in the actual topography of the mountain chains themselves. The Himalayan topography is extremely jagged in comparison to the Appalachian topography, and that is explained using mainstream geology by the fact that the Appalachian mountain chain is far older than the Himalayan mountain chain. The Himalayan mountain chain is as a result of the continental plate of, I believe it's Gondwana, colliding with the Asiatic continental plate and forming the Himalayan mountain chain much more recently than the Appalachian mountain chain, which is why we not only see a height differentiation in it, but also a differentiation in the amount of oceanic life and the age of that oceanic life that we find distributed on those mountains, which is one of the other topics that you were talking about earlier as well. So we have an explanation for that, and I just want to know what the creation explanation is for that.
The creation side is much, much simpler. And it is that the whole world was covered in water. So when the water subsided, you can tell me where did it go? That's another question, right? So when it subsided, it formed lakes. And at some point, the dams of those lakes ended up breaking. So a lot of water stormed out of where it was trapped and ended up in the sea. So with the sediments being still soft, you get things like the Grand Canyon.
Really quick, I'm sorry to interrupt, but when you say sea, do you mean like the oceans of our Earth? Because we do make a distinction in our geology, in our geography nowadays between an ocean and a sea. So I'm just trying. I do think it's a worthwhile distinction.
A quick correction before this conversation continues. Gondwana is a term that refers to the supercontinent that the Indian subcontinent split from on its way towards the Asiatic plate.
I see. So thank you for that.
Yeah.
Thank you for that.
Sorry,
correction.
I know.
That.
I was like, I know what he's talking about. Let me double check that I can. Yeah,
I believe it was the Indian subplate that collided with Asia from the Himalayas.
On its way out from the breakup of Gondwana.
Yeah.
But let's not get hung up in the details. So my response to this is that a lot of things that exist today were the result of those waters storming out to, yes, Aegean oceans, right? Or in the case of Greece that I have Meteora here, Mediterranean Sea. They didn't go out to the ocean, but they did in the Mediterranean Sea. And if you go to the exit of the Mediterranean Sea, which is the Gibraltar Straits, you will see the
Gibraltar.
Yeah, you will see the same formation. It is the highest point of
the Pillars of Hercules.
Or what?
The Pillars of Hercules was what they were called for a very long time because they were considered.
I actually think that the Pillars of Hercules are in the other side. They are on the Black Sea. I'm not sure though. But yes, they were from that time high enough to be called something like that. The thing is that that's how it gets explained, and it's not just the difference in mountain densities or heights. There are so many things that can be easier explained, like what I have here in the picture. If you go to Wikipedia about the Meteora formations, it says that
they formed in millions of years. How does
Right.
that form in millions of years? Does it
Well, hold
grow?
on. You're diverting back on to my side of things when I'm asking about your side, and I really do not feel
I think
like
I've
that
answered
was,
though.
in
I
my
think I've answered
opinion,
though.
a
Yeah, you're
sufficient
right.
answer.
You're right. Maybe I
And
did,
well, hold on,
but I did
hold
it
on,
because
hold
I
on, hold
think
on.
I've answered, Aiden. I think I've
Well,
answered.
no,
It's much
Achilles,
simpler.
may I explain? May I explain why I feel like that answer was inadequate?
Oh yes, of course.
Okay. I feel like that answer is inadequate because the floods that are described in the Bible, during the actual event of the flood itself, the waters that would have covered the surface of the earth would have not been perfectly uniform, obviously. We've got to take the tides into account. We've got to take into account the waves and other large oceanic formations, just granting you that the event of the Bible took place for the sake of argument. It can't be perfectly even, but you would agree, I'm sure, that the waters that were there during the flood, whether it was 40 days or 11 months or whichever interpretation you have, it was at a relatively even depth, correct?
Right.
Right.
Not even
So,
uneven depth.
An uneven depth?
Of course, because the depth can be a lot of different numbers. The surface.
Right, and I
will
granted
always
some
be
of
the same.
those, the tidal forces and things like that are absolutely things that can disrupt a perfect depth of ocean, the currents. You know,
And they
there's
are
many things that
depositing,
will affect.
and they are depositing sediments according to the current.
But
they bring it to the west, and then they bring it. You know.
But what are the main driving forces of our current ocean's currents, as we understand them?
The same,
They're
same that were back then. The moon.
No, they're not. No, they couldn't have been, because the north and southerly Atlantic Ocean gyres that drive the oceanic currents in the Atlantic Ocean right now, those are dependent upon land formations. They're dependent on the fact that the depth of those oceans is lower than that of the land that surrounds them. So they couldn't have had those same currentic effects. The only real effect that you could have had, just let me finish. The only
100%
effect that you
agree.
could have observed is the tidal forces that the moon would have exerted upon the earth. But my point still stands. The depth of the water is relatively even. It would be even more even than it would be of the oceans of the earth today, for the reason that I explained in relation to the oceanic
Okay,
gyres.
wait up.
Go ahead.
When the water subsides all the way down to what we have today, we end up with those currents that we have that relate to where the land is. So when the moon is passing over the water, it is pushing it, and then it hits land, and it turns around, and that creates the wave, the current that we have globally. If you didn't have that land, if you didn't have that land, because it was all covered, then the currents would be not tenfold stronger, 1,000-fold stronger than what they are today. And now we have arrived to where they are now.
But there's nothing to stop them. But there's nothing to stop them, though.
There's nothing to stop them, yes.
Right, so their distribution is still going to be even, correct? Because the actual force that those tidal forces are exerting upon our planet right now are even if it weren't for those exact things that you're talking about, which is the continental shelves breaking up those tidal forces, correct?
But if that would be the case, if mountains didn't exist before. Mountains existed. They
would have been eroded, right? They would have been eroded by the flood. Otherwise, there's no reason. There's no reason, Achilles, otherwise to account for the varying depths.
Fantastic point. Why don't we, and I'm not a geologist, but even I, as a layman, can see how this would happen. Why don't we see a short, quick period of water erosion in the geologic column about 6,000 years ago? Why don't we see that?
Because what we are left with is the outcome of the flood.
Yeah, but we would see that in the geologic column. 6,000 years
What we
ago
see-
is
what we-
recent enough.
What we see is that a lot of things tumbled together, and at some point the water.
We don't see that at all.
Was
We
gone.
don't see that at all.
We do. You
No,
have
we
to-
don't. It's not present anywhere in the geologic column. And
It
I
is-
know this because
it
you
is the
can
whole
go. Hold on.
It is the
You
whole
can
geologic
go
column.
to the Grand Canyon. You can go to the Grand Canyon and look at the geologic strata. You can look at them. There is no evidence. There is no quick streak that we would see of a momentary instant in geologic time, of course.
Okay.
Global flood. You
But
would
if
be able
you-
to see that anywhere on the planet if
But
you
listen.
digged far down enough.
Listen, first off, you're not any special Americans when it comes to the Grand Canyon. We have canyons here too. They're not
Yeah,
as
no, that's
grand.
no. It's just
It's
just
an
It's
illustrative
an
example.
illustrative example. It's an example.
But I'm trying to say that Grand Canyon too, just as all the other canyons in the world, they have a river at the bottom of them, and it's not the river that slowly came down because it kept eroding the mountain. Because always
that is the most obvious explanation. You have the river at the top of the mountain where it starts. You have the
So-
large body of water at the bottom as the flow starts, and you can do this in a garden, dude. Like
And
build
you
a
can
mound
do-
in your
and you
garden
can do
and
this-
run
and
the
you can
hose
do
long
this
enough,
for
and
me.
eventually you're gonna cut.
Hey, don't-
you're gonna cut
wait
away
up,
at the dirt.
Wait up. Go check where the river, the Colorado River starts. Check the altitude, and then see that the Grand Canyon is higher. So either rivers are
I
going
can answer that.
upwards and then they start eating the mountain, or there's something wrong with your theory and you are looking at something and you're saying, oh, look what the millions of years can do. No, it's a flood that did it.
Achilles.
It's not, and it's not for the reasons that I described in terms of mountain depth, which I still do not feel, Achilles. Like you have adequately answered. You've just kind of hand waved it away and said, "Oh, well, you know, our explanation."
Don't blame me, Aiden. Don't blame me. Cam took over and he jumped.
Yeah, no,
us.
he's right about that. No, that's fine. I do want my question answered, but you can get your question answered first.
I literally have
ADD,
50
bro, the
seconds
moment-
before I've got to get back to work.
Yeah.
So if
Aiden, it's very simple, my brother. You can have a mountain, and yes, it would get eroded, or it could be used as a block, and it was blocking the wave, the current.
it couldn't have done that in any meaningful way if there was way more water on the planet that there was now. Not just like a small, insignificant amount more water, but we're talking like orders of magnitude more water to cover the amount of the earth that the Bible describes.
I've also dealt with the sea a lot. I'm surrounded by sea, and I know I fished a lot, and I've used depth meters to find my way around the bottom of the sea. So when you have a small ridge at the bottom of the sea, the current is not always eating through it.
I'm sorry, I
Sometimes
need
it
to cut you off, but I do have to go. I'm sorry.
All
I'm
right.
going to get in trouble if I don't go, but thank you for having me on here.
Go
I
ahead.
do appreciate
See you
it.
later. See you next time.
Yeah,
Thanks for dropping by.
I will say on the
current
thing
goes
about
over it. I'm sorry, just to finish the statement, brother. The current will go over it, like the current will change, so the fish find refuge behind that mountain because the current is not affecting them that much. So there are some mountains that, yes, would be completely dissolved because of the currents. That depends on the sediments they were created from. And there are others that are made of such a hard rock that they wouldn't. The current would change.
I'm sorry. This is. I gotta take a lap. Hold on, guys. I'm sorry.
Make sure to tell us what's so funny.
Oh, hi, Keelys.
Hey, Gigi.
How are you today?
Just used to be fine. Now I'm battling the same stuff over and over again.
I'm so sorry. I'm back.
So what was so funny, Ken?
Nothing. Don't worry about it, man. It's all good. I'm not educated enough to speak on this issue. I don't know anything about oceans or ocean currents or
Hey,
anything
everybody,
like that.
how's it going?
Hey, how's it going, bro? I don't know that I can actually even speak on the topic, so I'm just gonna refrain from doing so.
Jesus does save.
Hello,
That's a
MC.
good message, and I appreciate the host for sharing the message of Beacon and that Jesus does save. But I want people to know what Jesus really taught. What do you guys think that he really taught?
You're on Amazon Music?
Yes.
You're on Amazon Music. That's what a line. What a
That's what
line.
he says on there.
That's hilarious. I love this is my favorite.
No, I
stream now.
am. What, you don't believe me? Go
No,
to
it's not that I
Amazon.
don't believe you. It's not that I don't believe you. I just the timing of that was amazing. Just fantastic comedic timing.
Oh, okay. Yeah, some people don't believe that I'm an actual rapper.
I'm not sure that we can determine what Jesus taught directly.
Well, I'm just
Especially
talking
not
about the red letters.
the red letters.
Yeah.
What does that mean?
It's like
some
in the
some Bibles have the things that Jesus said. They have them in red, so some are not confused between.
Yeah,
what,
I mean these are people quoting Jesus. It's
Still-
unclear. It's unclear
still-
to me that they.
Still, that is what we have. We have.
Yeah, that's what we
apostles,
have.
All right, we have apostles, and we also have their testimonies, which are called the four Gospels, and then we have Paul, who was also an apostle, but the rest of the Bible.
Sure.
And that's what we have.
Do wild woman.
I would like to pose a counter question.
Sure thing.
Do we all know what Jesus and the other people depicted in the Bible believed?
Yes.
What did
Yes,
they
and
believe?
we have cases where they believed something different, and then they changed their minds and believed in Jesus.
Okay.
Well, I personally don't believe that Paul was I don't believe that he was actually a Christian. I believe that's
wasn't.
bull crap.
No, he wasn't.
Well, Paul is a fantastic example of what I mean. Paul was a Jew.
Yep. And he was after Christians. He was after them.
Well, mainly because he said that the government, if you obey your government, they will praise you, which is a load of crap.
I don't want to talk politics.
But
it's not politics. It's like the government does not praise people. Are you kidding me?
Okay, wait. Let's not just jump around subject.
Yeah.
What is the issue with Paul? He did change.
Well, yeah, but it's very clear that the way that Paul understands the goings on at the time, he understands them as a Jew, right? As a first century apocalyptic Jew.
Mm-hmm. And that gives us a different perspective from the other.
Well, it gives us a weird end point because the Pauline letters are the latest in the chronology, right?
Uh-huh. Mm-hmm.
Which means that this is indicative of what the early church believed at the time, or the original church in its earliest form, right? Which you as Christians would claim to be a continuation of, correct?
Correct.
Yeah. So the early church, the original church, the pure church, as one might imply, given that it is closest to the teachings of Jesus, did not believe what you believe.
What we believe, because you don't know what we believe unless you mean Christians in general.
I mean Christians in general. I'm not sure what specific school of thought you might subscribe to,
right.
But I'm
So-
sure that this criticism will still apply.
So to be a correct Christian, and I will even exclude myself and Stephen in this channel, I will just define what a correct Christian is. Because I don't want to say we are the correct ones, everybody else is wrong, right?
Sure.
So a correct Christian is the one that is going as close to the scriptures as humanly possible.
No,
The
dude,
further
come
you
on.
deviate,
Get real.
the
A
further
real
you-
Christian is someone who obeys objective right and who does what's objectively right. What you believe don't make a difference, dude. It really don't. What you think in your mind, what you say with your little
Whoa,
pretty
whoa,
mouth.
whoa,
That don't
MC,
mean
MC, hold on, hold on, hold on,
you
MC.
said, MC. I missed it.
What is
You'll know the
objectively?
fruit. You'll know what kind of tree it is by the fruit it bears, is what Jesus said.
Amen to that.
Amen.
That
So
is
it don't
true.
matter what you believe. It don't matter what you say. If you know that scripture like the back of your hand, if you don't produce good fruit, guess what? You know Christian.
I agree with that. I agree
Hold
with
on,
that.
hold on,
But the
hold on,
question
hold on.
from Ken,
That's
the
it. That's
question-
hold on, hold on. I'd like to make a question. I'd like to ask a question. Did Marcion go to heaven?
Marcion? Who is that?
Nobody
Marcion.
knows who goes to heaven. Or I mean, why are you asking questions about the afterlife?
Well, because Marcion is a very famous heretic. But as long as he led an objectively good life, and he was a church father, so I would assume that he did.
No, you don't understand what a real Christian is. You've been told by the damn Catholic Church the wrong thing. And I'm here to tell you today.
How did you
brother,
know
what a
I
real
was raised
Christian is.
Roman Catholic? How did you know
you
that?
smell like
the
it.
Catholics, the Catholics are the Catholics
How did
are
you
not
know
real
that?
The Catholics do
little-
not represent Christianity. Forget everything you know about Catholicism. It's a lie.
They are the original church. That's the Jesus. That's the
No,
church
they're
that
not.
Jesus set up.
The first church is in Ethiopia. It was by the black people. It's a black religion.
Whoa!
Yeah.
Wait up, Ken. Wait up.
And then the second
Whoa!
church was in southern India.
Wait up, Ken.
Whoa!
I am
So
stating-
it's not
Hold
the
on!
Catholic,
From
you know. Okay.
Ethiopia to Thomas? That's insane.
Wait a minute. Ken,
That is
Ken,
an insane church chronology.
Yeah.
Ken, we are here to discuss and not shout out when something we hear is not close to what we thought, right?
Oh, no, dude. I've just never heard somebody hear that. I'm like massively
Right.
excited right now.
Okay, but you did hear that the Catholic Church is the first church, and yeah, if you consider the fact that they
From
come
Jesus
from
to
where
Peter to
from
Paul and
where
Paul to
they
Titus,
killed
right?
Jesus,
And so on and so on and so
Rome.
forth.
I just proved to you why it's not the first church. You can either take the facts or you can make up your own reality, live in a fantasy world.
I mean, you've made the claim. I don't know that you've proved it. You've just asserted this.
No, the truth is that the Roman Catholic Church goes way back, right? But
Yeah,
don't go to an Orthodox Christian and tell him that the Catholics existed before him.
Okay,
You're gonna
yeah.
have a
Every
problem.
church traces its chronology differently, right? But
Okay,
the
so
Romans
first
do have
church
the
was
advantage
in
that they have the.
Ethiopia. It's Ethiopian. We're all.
What is your evidence of this claim, sir?
I don't even know if that is true. What MC is saying, I know
Yeah,
the other
what is
part.
your
the other
evidence
part-
of this
What
claim?
MC is
The other
saying,
part
a
of what
quick
he
Google
said, I
search
know
would
is
allow
true.
you to understand that. If you have fingers to type with, you can easily. What's the first church? Ethiopia. It was Ethiopia. I mean, obviously. And then the second church was in southern India.
So,
I mean,
so if I
you guys
Google, if
gotta
I
do
Google
your
this,
research.
hold on.
If you
If
gonna
I
talk
if I
about
Google
it, you
this,
gotta
if
come
I Google
correct.
this, and it doesn't immediately say Ethiopia from a scholarly source. And
So
am
what?
I-
Just dig deeper.
what do you mean? So what? That was the standard you gave.
Then you're just not searching right.
Wait up,
okay.
MC.
But see, that's
a minute.
not how we do
Ken,
research, MC. That's not how that works.
Ken, let me say something which I know you know already, but
You know good and well the Roman Catholic Church
wait
in
up,
Rome
MC.
was not
Wait
the
up,
first church.
MC, give me a minute here because this matters, and it matters not only for the subject that we discussed. It matters for all the subjects that we discussed earlier, and it will matter for all the subjects that come in the future. You gotta be not trusting Google that much, because people say that Google is just a search engine. They are wrong. Google is a corporation. It's
I
a
didn't
corporation.
even hear it from Google. I heard it from Cliff. Like this
Right.
channel. It's
Google
called
is a
Ask Cliff. He's a
corporation that
preacher.
has proven in the past that it runs politics. So if they don't want something to come to your eyes, it will be a little harder
I
to
just
find.
said it was another. It was verified again by the YouTube channel Ask Cliff. Are you listening to me? Whenever I tell you the source that I got it from, Ask Cliff YouTube channel, that's the source.
Achilles.
That's how you like. Whenever someone tells you their source, like I thought it was common knowledge. You guys actually think that Rome was the first church. That is incorrect. in
No, I
Ethiopia?
actually think that the
I said
were
that they're
first.
probably the oldest.
No, the first church ever made was in Ethiopia, where the disciple went.
Okay,
He
so
made the first founding
hold
church.
on. I'm going to share my screen. Okay. I'm looking at the Wikipedia article for one of the first churches ever established. Okay. This is
Here
the
we go with
Antioch church. Let me
Wikipedia.
pull this up. This is just an abstract. This is not an authoritative source. Okay.
Can
the
you
School of
zoom
Antioch.
in? Can you zoom
Yeah,
in?
I'm give me 2 seconds, brother.
Mouse wheel with
wait,
control.
Amen.
Control it.
Amen.
Okay.
Amen. I'm good. Thank you.
Gotcha. All right.
So
some don't know that.
Yeah.
So that's why I'm.
So we're looking at Eastern Roman Empire here, right? The Church of the Holy Sepulchre from the 4th century, right? The Antioch Church. This happened in.
That's Orthodox.
Yeah, but clearly the oldest structures that we have of Christianity are not in Ethiopia. The earliest Christian structures are not in Ethiopia.
Are you gonna search it, or are you just gonna try to argue with?
I'm giving you an
evidence
abstract.
of your own.
This is
what are you talking
this is
about?
the oldest stuff here. This is we're talking
No,
300 AD. Yes, it
just
is.
ask
Right
Google.
here.
Literally, ask
These
Google.
are the dates they're giving.
Just
the Temple Mount was built.
Do the search, and you'll understand.
Do the search, and you'll understand. First Council of Nicaea, 325, Antioch. Yeah.
Can we
Western
allow?
Rome.
I don't
let's see.
understand. It
Let's
says
see.
right there, Christian Egypt. Right there, Egypt.
Egypt? Egypt is not Ethiopia, man.
All right, but
you got your geography twisted, brother.
Hey,
that's not where.
Let me bring something up.
I mean, I can if you really want me to. Let me get on my computer.
We can even just search here. Ethiopian.
I mean, you can search it.
Orthodox Ethiopian.
See right there. Right, the history of Christianity in Africa. There you go.
Look, this is Smithsonian Magazine.
Wow.
And it speaks of a discovery we made in Ethiopia.
Where did you see that?
Smithsonian Magazine. It's on. I took your screen down, Ken. I brought mine.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Sorry for confusing you.
No worries. No worries.
Just to prove what MC is trying to say, which I will admit, I just see this for the first time in my life. Right? I didn't know about this. I just Googled it. And I did find something from a legitimate source that says that it rewrites the history of Christianity in Africa.
Yeah.
So archaeologists now can more closely date when the religion spread over there.
Meaning it existed
Europe.
prior.
Right. It doesn't talk about Europe. But I would rather stick to the other part of what he said, what MC said, and that is that the Roman Catholic Church has been lying about a lot of stuff, And I call Catholics Christians, but the Catholic Church not.
Yes, and it's me. I'm here to counterbalance that. I know who's lying to you, and I'm here to tell you the truth. I'm here to take you to the next level. I'm here to essentially enlighten you.
Why don't we let the facts of history tell the truth?
I know the facts of history, and that's what I'm saying. If you have a question, you can ask me.
Well, I mean, clearly here we've demonstrated that your claims are not true, right?
What do you mean? You just demonstrated that it was true.
No, just that they're earlier than we expected.
Okay, so
but
I
they're
know
not
you
the
guys
first.
are confused, right, about what
They're
true
not the
Christianity
first.
is. If you really want to follow Jesus, right? If you really want to know what he's about, he told his disciples, go buy a sword. He was arrested by the government, by cops, and he was executed by the government. That is what we are to fight against. All government is illegitimate, just like Joe Biden.
Well, wait up.
Okay, based.
Wait up.
Based.
And see, I think you almost had it, and then you went too far.
Oh man.
Jesus, yes, he did get crucified by the state of the time, but it wasn't the state that wanted him crucified. It was the religious authority of the Jews of the time that wanted him crucified.
Because Jesus's ministry
Who are the modern day Pharisees? The Jews, the people that consider you a goyim. You know
whoa.
Do you know what a goyim is?
Anti-Semitism is not cool. Where are we headed with this?
Wait a minute, both of you. MC,
Where are we going?
I'm anti-Catholic, anti-Islamic. I'm all that. Yes.
Wait up.
And I'm not in disagreement. I'm an
I
anarchist.
just want you to take a breath and try to accept the fact that we are on YouTube and it is
Okay. I'm gonna take a breath.
It's a very censoring medium.
Okay, but here's the thing about it is.
So you gotta respect that,
brother. Listen, brother. I just spit the truth. The Jews see you as a goyim.
No.
You are an animal. That's what they view you as.
Hey man. We're not gonna spread.
Hey man, I didn't make it up, and I'm not spreading anything. I'm telling you from their own religion. I'm telling you from their own religion. I'm not saying no lies. If it makes you uncomfortable, I don't give a fuck if the truth makes you uncomfortable. I do not give a goddamn if the truth makes you uncomfortable. No, I fucking don't. I never will. Did Jesus care?
Yo, you need. Yeah.
Wow. I'm sorry.
I'm not cool with
my warnings, and you started using words that we don't want to be going out, like the F word. So I would not mind the goyim word, and I do not consider anti-Semitic to say what they actually think of us, because Judaism and the Talmud refer to us exactly like that. So, but let's leave it out. This was not on our original discussion, so it's not that I disagree with you or that I don't want the truth to go out, but you have to be a little civilized when you discuss with other people. There are so many views out there, and wars erupt according to these views and stuff like that. So we gotta start proving otherwise and being respectful and discuss things without shouting, without calling names. So
Achilles?
Yes.
Can you look in the private chat?
I've been trying. Yes. Not here. But I will see him soon. He started a show. I'm invited, not invited. It's like on me, and I'll be there. So I'll see him there.
Okay. Thank you for talking. I just want to say hi and stuff. Talk to you guys later.
Okay, gangster. Talk to you soon.
Talk to you soon. Bye.
So that was like,
wow. That's
And when it comes to governments, Jesus was specifically asked, and he said, "What belongs to Caesar, give to Caesar." He
interesting that Jesus was in favor of the separation of church and state.
Yeah,
Christians today are not.
And he knew that it was an illegitimate government, right? But he was saying it's not up to you to stop that. What's up to you is to save your own soul, and not to stop what is going on the world.
Yeah.
Yo, guys.
Hey, Lupin.
What's up, Lupin?
Can I just say, can we give that guy maybe like a 5-minute break, just a breather, and just have him kind of like calm down? And
I'm concerned about where this line of reasoning is going. I'm worried it goes to anti-Semitism, and I don't know that that's cool.
It's not necessarily anti-Semitism, but there are some hard truths out there. I say give him some time to cool off and acclimate.
I agree.
himself.
I didn't ban him.
Yeah,
but he forced my hand into getting him out.
Dude,
So
I was laughing my butt off here. This has been the best programming I've seen in a long time because there's some really base stuff in here that you're not going to hear in the media. It's going to be hard to hear.
It was based for about half a second. The rest of it, I think, is a little concerning.
Yeah.
What is actually a little concerning, my brother, is the fact that whatever you say is considered anti-Semitic, and that is
Right. No. Hold on. I didn't say that what he said was anti-Semitic. I said I was concerned about where it was going. I said anti-Semitism isn't cool. Where is this going?
I just want to say to that person, hey, just kind of cool it off. Just observe the rules of the chat and of the room. Respect the channel
and the middle, which we can get us banned. You know,
it could get us banned. You know, use code words, whatever. Say what you have to say, but you know, be respectful and
right. So if we allowed him to get into any medical discussions, we would be banned like in 5 seconds. If he starts, we agree with you. We will have the same view, but you have to be a little careful on how to put it out there.
You have to be a little bit sly with it. You know, you have to be a little, how do you say, under the radar.
Yeah, hello, Dan.
Hello, guys. Yeah, no, for sure, because you know it's really funny out there that you know, and you know, I see if you to agree that you know we're accused of you know trying to you know theocracy the world. You know, we want to put them under God's rules, and then you know this is pretty secular, and you can't say this, you can't say that. That's hate speech, and I'm against hate speech. But
yeah,
you know,
overall, it proves
for
what a free world we live in.
You're against hate speech, but you know where I'm from, they tell us that everything before the but doesn't count.
What is even hate speech? What is hate speech?
Exactly. That's the
point. I don't know. You guys are the ones bringing it up. I didn't say anything about hate speech.
Oh, so mine was just the thing of the worldview that whatever the powers don't like is called hate speech. So that's what I was saying with the verbiage.
Yeah, there are so many subjects that we are not, we have freedom of speech, right? But if you keep talking about the person that has this proven freedom of speech, Snowden, and you keep talking about him, you'll see that you're not so free to talk about stuff.
Yep, and on a private enterprise like YouTube, that freedom of speech is no longer applicable.
Yeah.
So, with that being said, whoever was kicked out, just take a breather and just respect the panel and the rules because we're not necessarily disagreeing with you, but the algorithm will disagree with you and it'll get everybody in trouble. So we don't want that. And I'm gonna go ahead and take off now. I just want to say I'm here listening. I'm absorbing all of this. I am laughing and I'm having a blast. I mean, look, I'm eating, and then
there's a pot of coffee in the corner if you want some. Come on,
there's a hellstorm coming down right now, so.
And he has his own show. His channel is.
I had to cancel. I had to cancel the show because this hailstorm might be bad. I'm probably going to lose power again.
All right, you can start it, and if it happened, I would start it.
No, I'm good. I already rescheduled it. Just keep on going.
Stick around until the thunders kick you out.
All right, I'll hang around in silence.
So I'm waiting on Steven to come back. He's been AFK, and I gotta take an AFK to go to my dog for a sec, and I can't leave. I don't know what will happen.
I don't think Steven knows what to say right now.
Oh yeah, he missed out. And you know, Ken,
is like, what did I walk into?
Steven is half Hebrew, he has.
Oh,
he
so
would
he's a
love.
Canaanite. That's cool.
So he would love our guy, you know.
Well, you know, they're in the same family, you know, because
No, he was about like to say that
both Canaanites.
the whole world has them as enemies, something like that. He was about to say, I think he talked about Goyim, he talked about the governments running everything. He was getting there.
I love it, man, dude. I wish we had more freedom of speech, but unfortunately, we do not on this platform. But dude, this has been so funny, so revealing. There's been a lot of truth.
But Lupin, there was something about him. There was something that hit me wrong from the beginning, which is, I'm here to give you the answers. So if you have any questions, ask me.
Can you put in
like
private
I'm all
chat?
the authority you need. So he brought up one thing, and Kem doubted it. So we looked it up, and it wasn't exactly like he was saying it was.
Can you put it in private chat?
It was. He said that Ethiopia.
He made the claim that the Ethiopian church is the oldest church currently extant on the planet.
And we did like a simple search, and yes, it was the first church in Africa.
It was the first church in Africa,
right?
But certainly not the first Christian. Yeah.
Yeah, Philip and the Ethiopian. It was an Ethiopian. I believe it was a eunuch.
I don't know, man. I'm just saying, when I hear somebody that says I came here and brought all the answers for you so you can ask, ring some bells.
Actually, I have it for you. It's Acts 8, 26 through 40.
Let me see what you got for me.
If you want, I'll pull it up for you.
I'm bringing it up. I don't know why you brought it up, and I guess if I read it, I will.
Because I've gone over this recently, a few weeks or maybe months ago, and this was a very interesting verse.
So, and Saul approved of their killing him. That is about Stephen.
No, Acts 8, 26 through 40.
Okay, but at the beginning, the previous chapter was about Stephen.
Stephen was the first martyr. That was the beginning of the new covenant to the Gentiles.
I'm saying here it says that Saul approved of their killing him. It speaks of Stephen, right?
Yes. Phil, go down. Yes, yeah, go down. Philip in Samaria. There you go.
All right. So,
and then yeah, there we go.
Those who had been scattered preached the word wherever they went. Philip went down to a city in Samaria and proclaimed the Messiah there. When the crowds heard Philip and saw the signs he performed, they all paid close attention to what he said. For with shrieks, impure spirits came out of many, and many who were paralyzed or lame were healed. So
let me share my screen. Let me share my screen real quick.
Yeah,
Sure.
Samaria is in the Levant, by the way. So still nowhere near Ethiopia, which was the specific claim he had made.
So now an angel of the Lord said to Philip, "Go south to the road, the desert road that goes down from Jerusalem to Gaza." And he started out on his way. He met an Ethiopian eunuch, an important official in charge of all the treasury of the. Anybody want to take this word on for me?
Kandake.
Kandake?
Yep.
Which means queen of the Ethiopians. So this is no like, peasant or anything. This is an important person.
Mm-hmm.
This man has gone to Jerusalem to worship, and on his way home, he was sitting in his chariot reading the book of Isaiah the prophet. The Spirit told Philip, "Go to the chariot and stay near it." Then Philip ran to the chariot and heard the man reading Isaiah the prophet. "Do you understand what you are reading?" Philip asked. "How can I?" he said, "unless somebody explains it to me." So he invited Philip to come up and sit with him. This pass, I mean, dude, this is a great passage. I recommend you guys read it. It even has a part of rapture to it. It's
Well, it does show
Part of the rapture.
yeah, it's yeah, because
The
you'll see.
rapture's not biblical, silly.
No,
What?
you'll see that Philip you'll see that Philip disappears.
Again,
And
get your facts straight, brother.
Nah,
me?
man. You were
And not
talking about
only is
first
it
century apocalyptic Jews. They believe in the resurrection of the dead. That's not a rapture.
Oh,
let me say.
after 3 hours and 25 of streaming, I will just ignore this for now, right?
How can you ignore this?
Because for me,
These are the teachings of John the Baptist and Paul, the resurrection of the
what?
dead.
And you
That's not a
don't
rapture.
So you don't
Okay.
consider no, the rapture is mentioned earlier as well, and
There's
we consider
many
John
raptures.
an important part. It is the eschatology of our.
I'm talking about John the Baptist.
Oh, okay.
Look, on
I
30
meant
Pre
John.
Jesus.
on verse
so
on verse
the rapture,
39.
the
On verse
rapture,
39. Let me read this real quick. On verse 39. When they came up out of the water, the Spirit of the Lord suddenly took Philip away, and the eunuch did not see him again, but went on his way rejoicing. Philip, however, appeared at Azotus and traveled about preaching the gospel. So we do not know how Philip traveled, like after he got baptized, and then Philip, a lot of people say that this is a rapture event. Philip was taken through a rapture event. But
I mean, the Bible certainly claims that. How do we know that this is true?
So you said it's not a biblical concept, but now you say that the Bible says it. So is it or is it not?
No. The Bible says that the Spirit took Philip and moved him, right?
Oh, here.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. So how do we know that happened?
Well, rapture maybe is the wrong word used here.
Yeah, the rapture is a modern Christian thing. That's not
what we are referring to. The rapture, it comes from the Greek word, which should better be translated into snatching.
Snatching or teleporting,
right? It's something sudden. It's something sudden. In this case, maybe it wasn't sudden. Maybe the sky opened up and Philip walked up.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Or maybe he dunked him underwater and then just ran really fast.
I mean, the rapture suddenly right there.
The rapture that the Bible is talking about is the rapture of the bride of Christ, which will be sudden. It has been described by Jesus, and it has been shown in all four Gospels and verified by the book of Revelation, which will be a time where the salt of the earth will not be on the earth. And when you remove salt from a food, it becomes bad. I mean, salt preserved, gives taste. And there will be a time, which is going to be 1260 days, where the very close part of the church, what is called the bride of Christ, not all the church, somebody that Christ could call his bride, will be out of the church, will be out of the earth.
Okay.
And it's going to be sudden, and that's why it's called the snatching and the rapture. So it is a very, very biblical concept. It's been verified by almost everywhere in the Bible.
All right, it's starting to pour down over here real quick. Achilles, let me just ask you this question. Do you think there's more than one case of a rapture in the Bible, or do you think it's just one case of the rapture?
Oh, no, there are other. There are
Enoch.
Yeah.
Enoch, this one, this
Elijah.
Philip, I would say Philip right here would be a case of a rapturing.
Yep.
Okay.
It clearly said that the Spirit of the Lord suddenly took Philip away.
Yep.
So That's
and then
exactly
deposits him somewhere else. So we're back at my question.
all right. But that's what's going to happen to the church too. It's going to be raptured out of here for 1260 days.
Yeah, but that's not what the apostles believed at the time. That's not what they believed.
Well, I don't know if Philip believed it, but it happened to him.
How do you know
What are we looking at, Achilles?
Oh, Stephen, you've missed out on so much, my brother.
I just wanted to leave you guys with that little tidbit to think about right there.
Now we're talking about the rapture of Philip here by Lupin, because somebody came in the chat and in the room, and he said he has all the answers. So let's ask me if you want any answer. So that was a pretty fun segment.
Yeah, no, I've thoroughly enjoyed it. Just over
So he got kicked when he started talking about Jews controlling everything. They called us goyim, and he started also cussing at the governments, and he wouldn't take no for an answer. So I gave him like 5 minutes away.
Yeah, he
can't come back.
went full Kanye. He went full Kanye.
But
let's
not a gay fish.
Give him another chance and let him just cool down. And I'd say let him back in. Just let him acclimate a little bit. But
I don't know. I think he sounds like we didn't spread the vision kind of guy.
I don't think that guy's got all his screws in on tight.
I mean, who really does, to be honest with you?
Most people, I would say.
Good evening, everybody.
Hello,
Good
Ryan.
evening.
Hey, Ryan.
Anyway, Stephen, this whole thing went way out of evolution and the geologic column, but it has been a very fun stream. But I've been waiting for you to come back because I got AFK.
It has been. I just wanted to stop in just because I know you guys were talking about the Ethiopian Bible, and this has a lot to do with the Ethiopian Bible right here.
Definitely, thanks for bringing it up, brother.
You're welcome. You're welcome. And
But let's ask Stephen's view on this, because Stephen tends to know a couple more than.
Before you do, I am exhausted, so I'm gonna go ahead and bow out. It's been a pleasure talking to you guys. I hope we can do some more of that in the future.
You too. I can see the chat.
I will. I will be following you guys. I'll hop on YouTube right now, and I'll hop in your chat here in a bit. And I will. Whose channel are we on right now?
Proverbs guy.
Proverbs guy. All right. I'll hop in your chat real quick. I'll subscribe. I'll be keeping an eye on you guys. And next time you guys are live, I'll try to hop in. We can have some, continuing conversations. I genuinely appreciate all of you guys, by the way. I want y'all to know that. You guys are fellow human beings. I love you, and I want what's best for you guys. I want you guys to have a good, happy, fulfilling life. But I also want you guys to be educated about the world and how it works. So I'll do my best to try to spread that knowledge to you whenever possible. Y'all have a good night.
I hope our discussions today showed you that we're not as uneducated as you might think we might be.
I came
noted.
Late to the party, Cam Regic. So I don't know you. Can you, before you go, can you kind of?
Oh yeah. So I'm Ken Regic. I'm new to this online atheist thing. My field is actually in firearms. I'm a writer for several online firearm publications. But I've recently started to hop into have this discussion with some folks. I run a channel called Tear Your Hair Out. That's Hair Like the Animal on YouTube. So if you want to come on by anytime I do live streams, this is a schedule. It started a couple of weeks ago, so I'm just chopping up live stream bits and uploading stuff and doing live streams as I feel like it. You can also find me at Kemregic on Twitter, KEMREGIK. I shit post a lot. It's just how it is.
Okay.
I'm cool to talk with everybody as long as they're cool to talk with me. I don't do the aggressive militant thing. I just like to have conversations.
That's all good. Favorite firearm manufacturer, go.
Caltech, easy.
There we go.
I own a CMR 30 and I fucking love it.
Yeah,
It's
buddy.
amazing.
Yeah, buddy.
All right, y'all have
here,
a good night. It's nice to
tomorrow
meet
night
all
at
of
this
you.
time hosting.
I look forward to continuing conversations.
Hey, come back. It's a
All
good
right,
time.
see you soon.
Yeah, I certainly will. Bye.
Good to meet you.
Bye bye. I'm gonna AFK now. Hey, looks like a Proverbs team right now.
Achilles wants. I think Achilles wants to strangle me at the moment.
Like nothing like the good old days, my brother.
He wants to. He wants to get a Caltech KSG and just kind of pump 5 into me.
Now we lost Steven. I think we lost him earlier because I didn't hear anything coming out of him.
This Kim Regic said a few things that kind of got my attention. He said he hopes to educate us on how the world works.
Yeah, well, you missed out on a couple of hours where
I know. I've been working, and
we had some this video on that goes and brings a lot of things about evolution, about abiogenesis, about cosmology, and at some point he dropped in. And he felt like he would school us on a couple of things, and I'm not sure if our efforts to help him see through to some lies actually worked. He did seem to be, especially at what he said at the end. You know, I said this at the beginning, we can only try.
Yeah.
It's up to them to realize that if there was a creator, and I can bypass all the lies, and there was actually a creator, then all he asks of me is to accept that he has the power to resurrect his own son.
Yeah.
And once they do that, their eyes will start opening just like ours.
Amen, brother.
So he is currently an atheist, is that right?
Yeah, but they have this notion that we started with the Bible, like we were born and we got the Bible out of the womb, right?
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, let me go school those little guys. You know, they have that mentality which exhausts me. You tell them things and then they're like, okay, let me Google this. They Google it, and of course you're not gonna find it easy. You're gonna have to dig a little deeper. It's
You gotta get at least to the 7th page.
And be like you actually care to find the truth, not to just respond to a creationist.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it happened on, we jumped around from all subjects, and Aiden got in here too. He asked me a question. I think through the Bible, I gave him a completely valid explanation, but that doesn't change anything for a lot of people. It doesn't matter that it's valid. What they think is, well, you know what? I'll come back with something stronger next time.
Mm-hmm. Right. Okay.
So he wants to explain us the worldly view while we're trying to explain the spiritual view. So that's going to be a fun intertwining of the two.
Yeah, like we didn't grow up in the same schools, like we didn't go to the same universities, right?
Right.
We didn't get the same textbooks. I went to a university in Southern California, and they gave me a Bible textbook on science. Yeah. And that's why he's coming here to tell me about his textbook. Because in my university, they gave me one that says Jesus created everything.
Mm-hmm.
So that's so stupid, man. Like, you're trying to tell them that we grew up with the same stuff that you keep believing, and at some point we woke up, but no. They will just insist that you were programmed by Jesuits to believe in a lie, that there is this invisible man in the clouds.
Well, I mean, yeah, I wish I could have been here earlier, but Mondays, I mean, I got off work, and when Awake said she was doing her show, I figured there wasn't going to be one, and then all of a sudden I get this notification for one, but I had to go to Walmart and buy a toaster oven because I realized the longer I live here, the more I am transitioning into using my kitchen because I had to go home. I went like over a year and a half without really having a kitchen. So
why didn't you get an air fryer?
I thought about it. I saw a real fancy one that was a toaster oven with an air fryer, and Maria Buckingham's been after me to get one, but it was like $80 for a big fancy air fryer thing, and I just said, just get a basic $20 toaster oven. So that's what I did.
You should have went with the air fryer. I must be whiter than you.
Guys,
Let me see. Hold your
taking
arm
a
up.
small break.
Yeah, Lupin.
I must be whiter than you because I
Lupin,
would.
have you seen me since I've got a new background now?
I've noticed a new haircut.
Oh, well, that's just I was wearing a hat today, but yeah, my hair is pretty short.
Yeah, and new background. You got a new place?
Yes, I did. Back at the early March. I've been here about 2 months. I've been living with my brother, and he, I thought I was going to be there for a long time. I thought it was just going to be us two bachelor brothers living together until we got old and, died. But he reconnected with an old high school sweetheart back in the fall. And he decided they got real serious real quick. And I started thinking,
Do they marry?
Well, they got engaged, and they didn't know right away what they were going to do as far as a living situation. I thought that he was going to move in with her because she is located closer to his job and closer to his daughter. And I just assumed he'd move in with her. But no, he told me at the end of February that she was going to move in with him. And so I was going to be, bye-bye. But, thankfully I did not panic. I trusted the Lord. And he found me this apartment here, only about 10 minutes away. And I have fallen in love with it. And I'm realizing just how much I enjoy this life versus when I was living with him.
It looks a little bit spacier.
Yeah, I mean, because I don't just have a bedroom anymore. I've got a living room, and then the bedroom's in the back there. So it's nice. I've been able to put things on walls and on shelves that I couldn't, didn't have room for before. So I'm very pleased, very thankful how this turned out.
Amen. Amen. I'm happy that those things are working out for you. And, even though I'm not around very much, I do keep an eye on you guys sometimes.
Well, good.
I do my own shows and everything like that.
Uh-huh.
But I try and catch you guys. Sometimes the schedules don't mix up, too well.
Sure.
But you guys are always in my prayer and always in the back of my mind. You guys are always going to be my brothers, no matter what little silly arguments we get into or whatever like that. We are one in the spirit. We're all part. We are. I mean, the head is just important as the feet.
Amen.
So I may be doing my own thing with my own people, but I am always here to support you guys. I don't care if we've gotten into arguments and fights. You guys are my brothers.
Well, Lupin, you and I have always gotten along great.
Oh, absolutely. And I've heard some nasty things coming from the other side from you, from attacking, like kind of, trying to put some thoughts in your mind. And I want you to completely ignore those thoughts because those people have nothing but negative thoughts to put in your mind to make you second guess what you know is true.
Yeah. You talking about me personally?
So some people have been saying some things. Yeah.
Well, I completely ignore them. I don't watch them. I don't hear them. I completely ignore them.
That's the best way. That's the best way to go about it. Yeah. I've learned that there's so many people to talk to online. I do not need to get stuck on these people, especially after months and months of talking to these people. It's like, look, I'm done talking with you guys. I mean, like, it's been fun while it lasted, but it's time for me to move on and talk to people with open ears.
Amen.
Open ears, and that are willing to listen. And if those people aren't willing to listen, then I'll do the same thing. Just keep on moving.
Yep. Amen, Lupin. That's what I'm doing.
So I just want you to stay strong and do not let any of these distractions or whatever these people say, because you have such a powerful testimony to what these people are trying to get you to get your mind off of. Like your testimony is so destructive to them.
Yeah, I really don't even know what they're saying, and I don't care.
I don't want to even get into details.
Yeah, I really don't care. You know, they're the children of the devil, and in my opinion, the devil's children have their opinions mean nothing, absolutely nothing.
No, the only thing we could do is pray for them, but that doesn't necessarily mean that we have to listen to every little word that tries to sneak into our ears and our mind.
Mm-hmm.
You know, because all they want to do is pollute our brain and make us second guess our thoughts. But we know as Christians that the holy word is the truth, the way, and the life.
Amen.
And
Amen. Absolutely, Lupin.
We got to continue down that path.
Yeah.
I'm happy. I love the look of your apartment. It looks so nice.
Thanks.
You got a bar back there. You got
the kitchen, actually, this is the first time I've ever lived in a place that's got an open kitchen with a bar top like that. And what it was is this is an older apartment that's been renovated. I think I was told my neighbor, it's a duplex actually.
Okay.
My neighbor said that this building was built in the 60s, and it definitely looks it. It's got some age to it, but where I'm living is like an older part of town. I mean, I don't even feel like I live in the suburbs here because this is an old part of the town of Austell, Georgia, and there's so much charm and character. I'd rather live here than in some fancy new place that doesn't have any history or character.
Sometimes that little charm, you know, can kind of do it for you.
Oh, yeah.
You know who I ran into?
Who?
Dustin.
Oh, how's he doing?
He's still Dustin.
Yeah, he is. By the way, Lupin, I want you to mark a date on your calendar. Christian Pike, but the comments aren't blocked. Is there any account that I can comment on? Well, I see you commenting on this one.
Yeah, apparently that account.
So, you remember Eli Yoder? He was one of the first people I interviewed back when I guess that was probably last summer, last July or August. It was a long time ago.
I probably knew him before you knew him.
You may have. Well, guess what? He's coming back. I called him up on the phone the other day, and he's going to be here on the 21st. If you want to join, he's going to I'm probably just going to have him, you know, repeat his testimony for those that are new, because it's been the better part of it, about 9 months or so or more that I had him on. And so I'm probably going to maybe get him to say what's going on these days and give his testimony again. So I'm excited about having him on. You know, he's the biggest fish I've had so far.
I love Eli Yoder. I love hearing those Amish people that get away from that and Breaking Amish and everything like that. Like Breaking Amish was one of my guiltiest pleasure TV shows.
Yeah, I've never actually seen it, but
I love that show. Breaking Amish was so funny. It was one of my guilty pleasures, I gotta say. Tell you what though, I may be heading down to let me see. I just texted Joseph at Dinosaur Adventureland. I think I will be heading down there.
Oh, that'd be awesome.
Let me see here. Around the 25th of June.
Hey, that's my birthday.
March, April, May, June. So yeah, the 25th of June to go hit up that fishing tournament. Stay there for a couple days.
Shoot, I might try to make that myself. It's my birthday.
Yeah, I want to go there during the summertime, man, and hop in some of them lakes.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'll
Yeah,
go
we should have made our
catch a fish with my bare hands.
There you go.
But yeah, no. If you guys have an open, man, I can't pay a fish to bite this year. Well, then maybe you got the wrong technique, man. Get with me. I'll show you how to hook. I'll show you how to hook one up.
Lupin, are you an avid fisherman? Do you do a lot of fishing?
That is probably my favorite hobby.
Then you must be familiar with a professional fisherman named Clay Dyer.
Not by name.
Well, he came to my church a few weeks ago, and he is a professional bass fisherman, but there's something unique about him. If all you saw was his face, you'd think it was, and maybe his shoulders, you'd think he was just a normal guy. Nothing unusual about him at all. And he acts like he's a normal guy with nothing unusual. But he has no legs. He has only one arm that only goes up to here. And I'll tell you what, despite that, he adapted. He adapts.
Is he an Australian?
No, he's American. He's from Alabama, actually. I think he lives in Tennessee now.
There's somebody that's similar to that. I'm not sure if you see, but he has like a little stump, like kind of foot kind of thing.
Yeah, he kind of gets around on. I don't know if he uses his hip, because when people have those kinds of, what they do have is able to get stronger. The body parts that they do have. But his testimony is so incredible. When I first saw him, I'd never heard of him before, but they were doing a special event at my church where he was the speaker. Like I said, I'd never even heard of him before. And I walk in and I'm late because of work, but he's already speaking. And I'm like, there's a guy up on the stage who's just a body and a head pretty much.
Okay, it's not Nick Vujicic.
No, it's Clay Dyer, Dyer. Dyer. But he is such an inspiration. One of the problems when I was young is I used to feel sorry for myself all the time. Used to play the victim, And sorry, I'm eating dinner.
It's okay.
After meeting him, how could I ever feel sorry for myself again? He doesn't feel sorry for himself.
Man, I don't want to get into it because I'll get emotional.
Yeah, that's fine.
So I'd rather not get into it. But yeah, keep an eye out. Late June, if you make it to Dinosaur Adventureland, I'm gonna be down there. I'll be streaming to Achilles so he could watch me catch the fish.
I may do that, Lupin. Because now there's so many people there. Well, I can't start naming names, but there's so many of our people there now.
Our people, like from
Robert's guys, yeah, there's several.
Yeah,
it's amazing.
It's like a 2-day trip driving for me, but I might take a flight. I might just take a flight and just stay there and just I don't know.
You could fly into Pensacola, and I know you could either rent a car or someone would be happy to come get you.
Sure. Yeah. No, I'm
either Kent would come himself or he would send somebody. I can tell you that.
Kent will pick me up in the Dino van.
Yeah, that would be an honor to ride around in that thing.
Just please, not the smoking van. Oh my gosh. I don't know if you ever been in the smoking van. I made that mistake one time, and I was like, I used to smoke, but I was like, I can't see, I can't open my eyes, and I can't breathe. Please open up a window. Open up a window, please. This Chinese restaurant is way too far.
Oh gosh, no, I wouldn't want. No, wouldn't ask. I would never want.
Oh man, dude, it was
Hey,
brutal.
Chris.
Hello, how are you guys doing?
I'm doing great. I'm doing great. How are you doing, sister?
Good. I've been organizing books for the last couple of hours since about 6 o'clock. Oh, I had a. Let me try and fix it for you, honey. I had a friend who sent me an encyclopedia of Bible commentary, and I was like, you know what? I want all my Bible stuff on my bookshelves because I have so many books, so there's just stacks and stacks around my house.
I mean,
And I found
that
sorry?
book right there, the middle one there. All of my Christian books, pretty much, except for a few, are on that shelf.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, I've collected a lot over the years, and many of them. My hardest thing is making myself read. When it's so much easier to go onto YouTube and watch a video, it's just, I've got these books that need to be read, and I don't know if I'm ever going to read them or not.
I'm just trying to get through the Bible.
Yeah, that's.
If I can do that, I'll be.
Hello, Christian. I just got back.
Hey.
Hello,
I'm
Christian.
I'm not like Aiden, where I can read 3 books of Dune.
I've been doing 3 Bible studies and then trying to read 1 Christian related book a month. I'm not exactly on track with that. I've read almost 3 so far this year, and it's May, so
I like Naomi Stallo's book.
Guys, I gotta go. It's starting to come down hard over here.
Okay.
Good to see you, Professor Pants. May you bounce and not trounce, and don't fall into a blouse.
I'll keep that in mind.
All right. Good to see you,
brother.
Yeah, you can try.
God bless.
You can try, Lupin, but in Professor Pants, they come naturally. Like, you can try. Hey, what up, Christian?
Hey, buddy. I heard talking about fishing. Man, I tried to cast a couple of times this year. I can't pay them fish to bite this year.
I can see some comment for me, guys. It's now 4 a.m. I just went to my dog. I just got back. I'm sorry I missed out on what's going on, but I'm trying to catch up.
Chris, do you like Christian fiction?
I haven't read any yet, but I have bought some. I just I haven't gotten to them yet. 'Cause, like right now, I'm reading. I don't know what you would call it. Not fiction, but it's not the Bible. Like More Than a Carpenter. So it's like information. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, this is actually a fiction novel that's Christian themed. It's about these people that have superpowers, but they're Christians and they're fighting human trafficking.
Oh, okay, that's cool.
It's a pretty captivating story. She's got a really good imagination, really good talent. She said in her interview with me, though, she's sort of since she lost her dad, she's sort of shifted gears from human trafficking to grief, to dealing with grief.
Mm.
Did you? I can't remember. Were you there last week when I had her on? The week before last when I had her on my show?
I don't think so.
Okay. Well,
she's one of the Sowell, Sowell family members.
Yeah.
No.
They just celebrated Mother's Day, and they
Happy Mother's Day, Awake.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Too late.
But they posted when Jacob actually came and joined them, and it was nice to see him with the rest of his siblings.
That's awesome.
Yeah, I won't go into detail, but he kind of went wayward. Kind of went rogue.
Christian, are you out fishing?
I'm sorry, what'd you say?
Are you out fishing? Are you on a fishing trip?
No, I just I've been doing some tile work at my dad's property for the last couple of days, and he's got a big pond on his property, so I go out there sometimes and cast a little bit.
A pond?
You talking about your dad, Ray Comfort?
Fish in the barrel?
If they was in the barrel, I could get one.
So they were Jewish fish, huh? Fasting.
Those fish. Listen, Achilles. Those fish in that pond have an attitude. Those, no offense, Awake, but those are strictly female fish in that pond.
None taken.
You should try the tournament coming up.
Tournament?
DAO is running a tournament on fishing.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and Lupin is gonna show them who's the boss.
Oh, yeah.
He's gonna go and try it out.
I hope he catches the Loch Ness monster, man.
Yeah, maybe. Who knows? Maybe it's there. Everybody's looking for it. Maybe it's hiding in DAO.
Yeah, I mean, I love to bass fish. I'm not very good at it, but I get lucky sometimes.
I actually have been fishing all my life, but never lakes. Only sea.
Yeah.
Only
I've done
sea
deep
water.
sea fishing.
I love it, and I
I've
actually
caught
miss
like
it. a lot.
grouper, red snapper, that kind of thing, you know.
Grouper. Oh, yeah, your groupers are like they can eat you alive, man. They're big stuff.
I've never caught like Goliath grouper. Those are crazy. Yeah.
Yeah, the grouper we catch here are like little babies, and they're annoying, and they eat all your bait off your line.
Yeah.
Not quite as bad as sheepheads. I like to stand in the water versus in a boat, because when I'm in a boat, I just want to be in the boat. But I like wading in the coastal waterways. That's a lot of fun.
Yeah, that is nice. I've done that a time or two.
One of the things I miss from my previous life is fishing. Like I would go to a beach on my own with proper stuff, and I could stay there and be dumb enough to go the next night and the next night and the next night, you know, just love it.
I had a pretty good year last year. I caught pretty good bass last year and the year before, but no luck this year so far.
Maybe they got ruptured. I don't know. It's the times.
They could have. It's true. I heard them talking about something like that. See you fish.
You know, fish is symbolizing Christianity anyway, so maybe they're the first to go.
I was at that pond today, and it was a good sized bass, probably a little 4-pound bass, right there, like 6 feet off the shore, just looking me right in my eyes as my lures would go by his face, and he'd be like, "No," and I'd switch lures and be like, "No," and so that's a very religious fish. He's been fasting for days.
He was like, "Do you think I'm stupid?"
Baby balls.
Yeah, that's what happened.
Yeah, I've realized that silicone and plastic stuff don't always work. They can work on some dumb fish, but they seem to adapt, in quotes, a lot. Like when you catch a fish and you throw it back because it was a small one, you will not get another one. What is happening there? Like, does it go down there and tells them, "Hey guys, you know, I don't know." But every time I let one go, I never got a single bite.
They're in cahoots, man.
Yeah, they have some communication for sure.
Like, fishing will make you superstitious. You can be this world's most secure atheist, but fishing will make you superstitious.
True. And we have a saying, have a great catch. Do you have that over there too? Like,
similar things, yeah.
It's bad luck if somebody tells you, "Hey, where are you going?" "I'm going fishing." "Oh, have a great catch." It's done. You're not gonna catch it. So people say it on purpose, so you don't catch fish. They're like, "Oh yeah, have a great catch," and you're like, "Son of a."
Well, somebody's got a fishing voodoo doll of me somewhere that they've been poking with a needle.
Yeah, but you said it right. Even if you're an atheist, it's gonna make you superstitious. Fishing,
yeah, fishing will make you superstitious
for sure.
Oh yeah, that DAL tournament, that sounds fun. I seriously doubt that I will have time to go do it, but it sounds fun.
How far away is it from you?
How far was DAL from us? 4 hours? It was like 3 or 4 hours. I can't remember.
4 hours to try out like 20 lakes that they have. Man, I would do it.
Ryan, how far is DAL from my house roundabout?
Roundabout. You're muted. You sound great, but you're muted. Ryan. Ryan. Ryan.
He don't even know he's muted.
Yeah, you're
We
muted.
can't hear you, brother.
He was like halfway through the conversation.
It's 4 hours from me, but it might be a little further from you because you're on the opposite side of Atlanta from me. So
yeah,
it depends on how quickly you can get to I-85. Basically,
yeah, you're around Powder Springs, right?
Well, I was. I mean, now I'm in Austell, which is
Oh
10
yeah,
minutes,
so it's
10 minutes
probably like
down the road.
4.5 hours for me.
Yeah, probably 4.5 since you're east.
Yeah,
you're further east.
Yeah.
Yeah. So.
You can fish during the
I'm
day.
jealous.
And
It
then
was way more hours for me.
Awake actually did how many hours to get there?
Well, without stopping, it's like 10, 9.5, 10. But with the stopping, it took almost 12 hours. It was a lot of hours.
And she stayed only for 2 days.
I was only there for 3 hours.
It was 3 days, and my kids were so upset. They were like, "I thought it was 4 days."
They loved it.
They still hold it against me to this day. They hold it against me. I thought we had an extra day. That tells me they really had a good time.
But Christian, if you do go, you're gonna have a day full of fishing, and then at night you can have Lupin and Kent Hovind to poke at. You know, so
I mean that's certainly enticing,
isn't it? Right?
I don't know about that fishing, man. I'm telling you, this had not been my year.
Yeah, but that's what people that catch the big ones always say before they catch it.
Yeah, I hope that's true.
Yeah.
I hope you're right.
Again, fishing will make you superstitious. That's
Oh, yeah.
100% accurate.
It's funny how little things like that, you know, it's just something about the human brain that just like notices patterns and adjusts itself, you know.
Agreed. Guys, the stuff I've been through with fishing, I've been in storms that I knew I would die. You become, even if you're an atheist and you find yourself in that storm, immediately you'll find God. It would take you a lifetime.
He's like, I found him.
Yep. And then you'd be like, oh, he's here. He's in my
There
boat.
he was. I found him. Hey guys, he's over here in the storm.
I made it. I won't forget. At some point, we got out of a big storm, and somebody jumped, said, "God, if you exist, if I make it alive, I just will never get in the sea again." And he made it alive, and he turned around and he cursed the sea when he got out. So the captain of the boat kind of threw him out of the boat because he's a professional and he cursed what he makes a living out of. Anyway, no, if you were waiting for a moral message here, no, there's none. But
yeah, I was hanging in there.
I'm sorry. No, I had none.
He's like, then all the fish died and the fish were
It's too late for me for moral messages. I don't know.
Man, I'm so tired. I've been working so much the last couple of weeks. I don't even know what day it is half the time.
And it was Sunday yesterday. Imagine that.
Yes, that's right. I did know that because I actually got up and went to church.
So we've had a very good, interesting discussion here. We went through a lot of scientific discussions in quotes because there's a lot on the evolution side that are not scientific, and they are as religious as Christianity is. So we've had it's an interesting stream. If you go back and start it from the beginning, I'd call it one of the very interesting ones. You should check it out.
Yeah, I mean, people definitely have a tendency toward religious belief in all the things that they do. You know, we were talking about superstition. You know, that shows up a lot in things like sports and politics and stuff. It's really it's a pattern recognition thing, but all mammals do it, but human beings do it a lot more because they're conscientious. We tend to believe in things that don't really make sense just because we had a previous experience where something happened that was either desirable or undesirable that was connected to that thing. And, you'll see people go to their favorite football game and they'll be wearing a certain shirt because that's what they were wearing the last time that team won, knowing that there is no causation and no connectedness there. But yet, for some reason, it still brings comfort to, like, sort of make believe like it impacts it somehow.
Right.
And we do that in a lot of avenues of life.
Even if they're an atheist.
Everybody does that, yeah.
They will wear the same socks, but I'm an atheist. But when it comes to my team, I will wear the same socks that I've been wearing, my Lucky Charms socks.
Yeah.
It's so weird. But I don't know.
Yeah, people have a tendency towards religious practice like that, for sure.
They do. It's like, when it comes to sports, people are very superstitious.
Super superstitious. But where do you said mammals do it too? Bring me an example. I can't think of one.
Well, it's like when they're training mice and stuff in the lab. If the mouse pushes a certain button, they'll give him a treat. And then if he pushes it again and he doesn't get the treat, he'll still try it a third, fourth, and fifth time before he gives up because he remembers the connectedness of the button and the treat. And they've noticed little things like that in different creatures that they study, which seems to me a very rudimentary version of what people do in a conscientious way, like we discussed with the shirts and the socks and stuff. It's like people say, okay, well, last time I was at this lake, I caught the biggest fish over here in the corner, as though that indicates where the biggest fish is going to be a month from now. But you still feel as though that's where he is because that's where you've connected him with being.
Yeah, it's human nature.
No, okay. Christian is saying that it also exists in the animal kingdom as well.
Well, they believe that rudimentary versions of it does.
Yeah, I don't know. I would kind of. I want to disagree, but I do see some patterns going on with animals where, for example, I'm having a hard time feeding my dog, and he has connected food with medicine that I put in the food.
Oh yeah. My sister's dog has done that before.
Yeah, so even if it's like, it's definitely not, it doesn't smell like medicine. It's very good food. I hand cooked it myself. It's not even bought. He's like,
Yeah,
so
because he remembers that time it was medicine.
yeah, and he's about to go because he doesn't want to eat.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to say no, but it's hard. They do seem to be going with, and it's hard. It's easier for humans to get over their superstition.
Well, that's why we're conscientious, so we can take a second look and say, "No, wait a minute, does this really make sense?" But animals kind of lack that; they're just impulsively reacting.
We agree. Any ideas on how to get him to eat? Since you know that much.
Look, I'm not a biologist. I'm just a wannabe student of biology. I read some science books and watch some lectures, but I'm not by any means a biologist.
How can I get over his superstition? Should I wear my good socks, my Lucky Charms?
You've got to convert him, to being a Mormon dog because they're a lot more well behaved.
Right. Next time they come by my house.
Yeah, get the dog to believe in Joseph Smith, and it should be a lot more
obedient. We actually don't have Mormons around here, almost at all. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they exist someplace, but it's not like a thing.
They exist a lot in the United States. I think every little town in America's got some.
Yeah. Like we have Jehovah Witnesses coming on your door, not at quantities that come to your doors.
Yeah,
but we sure have them. But Mormons, I don't know if it's a thing in Greece either. I'll look it up.
I've had some pretty interesting conversations with both of those groups at different times. I actually have been to a Mormon church about 2 or 3 times, and I sat down one time with one of the bishops and had a discussion with him. And I've had many, many interactions with missionaries over the years, but the Mormons are really nice like lovely people as far as just being decent people, but the Jehovah's Witnesses are a lot more knowledgeable about the scriptures when you discuss with them, especially end times prophecy. They have a lot of their belief system that's based around their understanding of Revelation and things like that.
Yeah, last time they came to my house, I got out and I started talking to them about the truth of the Bible. So they started walking away, and I kept going after them. I reversed the game on them, you know.
I told them one time they wanted me to take one of their pamphlets, and I was like, well, I'll give you a gospel tract that I like, and then I'll take this, and we'll read both of them and have a discussion about it. And they agreed, and they took the tract, but they never had the discussion afterwards.
Yeah, but that's the best way to get them off your door. Show them that you actually know, and you know they're looking for people that don't know about the Bible. So they're
not that educated. I mean, like I'm sure the ones higher up are, but like the missionaries, they know the Book of Mormon pretty well, and they know some of the New Testament okay, but they're not really educated enough to be going out and being missionaries. You know, when you get down to the nitty gritty, they're just 19-year-old kids who learned a little bit in seminary school, and if you have any extensive knowledge of the scriptures, it doesn't take long before they run out of answers. Now, I will say the Jehovah's Witnesses are a lot sharper. They usually don't send out 19-year-old kids. They send out people who are fairly well studied.
Yep. Yeah, in my case too, they seem to be church leaders, not
Yeah.
But still, they were running.
I've had some interesting interactions. I was in Savannah maybe like 5 or 6 months ago, and there were some Jehovah's Witnesses set up at the park, giving out booklets and stuff. And so I stopped and had a discussion with them. Oh, excuse me. They do a lot of teachings on end times prophecy, like I said, and I have some pretty strong beliefs on that. So I was just picking their brain a little bit. And, you know, I don't agree with a lot of what they say, but I respect the fact that at least they're educated. You know, when you say something about the book of Revelation, they know what you're saying.
Same here. Likewise.
What happened to Dan? I thought Dan was here.
He did, and he popped in and then popped out. So I don't know.
Dan, if you're there, it's good to see you.
I also told him that in the chat in case he's reading that you dropped.
Daniel. We were just discussing end time prophecy, and in comes Daniel.
Where's Daniel?
He was here, and now he's not.
Oh, okay.
Like Enoch.
Oh, okay. Now he's here. Awake. Don must have me blocked, says Missing Mod. I know he fired you. I heard it on your stream. So I don't know what he does when he fires people. What that joke is, Christian and Awake, is that in misunderstanding that happened for the past couple of months, Missing Mod tried to get in the middle and fix the situation, and she told Dan that I'm your lawyer. You don't talk until I tell you to talk. Stuff like that. Because Dan is a great guy, but he's fixing one thing and destroying another. So Missing Mod took it upon her to like be the lawyer. At some point, he fired her. Now she's not getting paid anymore.
Well, Dan, if you're listening to this, it was good to see you, buddy. Missing Mod said that hell must have froze over, so that's interesting.
Here it is. He's not home. I actually try to get on to say hi. Yeah, I'll come back. Oh. Is he okay, Christian? He sounded like he was all the way running to hit a wall or something.
That kid's crazy, man. My kid's lost their mind. I'm going to kill them all, Ryan.
He said it. He said it. Let's make shorts out of it. He wants to kill children.
Just mine.
Oh, no.
Yeah,
and the others.
we see a lot of that around. Like if you say one joke, people take it and make shorts out of you. Hey, look, he's not a Christian. He just said he wants to kill children.
I'm a hard guy to cancel, Achilles, because I really don't care.
There you go. When you don't care. When you don't care.
Like, I just start conversations sometimes. I'll be like, hey, y'all know there's a difference in men and women, right? You know that, don't you?
No. Yeah. Today I said something and I had to correct my words in fear of, did people get the joke? I said when God created man, he made him perfect, and I mean man, not woman, right? And then I was like, you know what? Let me correct this one.
Hey, I saw something stupid the other day. It was a picture of Adam and Eve, and Adam said, "The McRib is back," and Eve said, "Stop calling me that."
You know, women say that the reason Adam was created first is because you always draw a sketch before
Yeah.
you make something that is perfect, right?
Yeah.
There's jokes from both sides.
Yeah, I've heard some pretty good ones over the years. Probably the best one I think I ever heard about Adam and Eve was there's this joke where it says that Adam was walking in the cool of the garden in the evening, and the Lord comes up to him and he said, "Hey, Adam, I got something for you." And he says, "What do you got, Lord?" He says, "I got this thing called woman. You're going to love it. She cooks, she cleans, she does the laundry, she'll rub your shoulders when you get home from work, she's going to run your bath water." And Adam said, "Man, that sounds great. What's that going to cost?" He says, "It's going to cost about an arm and a leg." And Adam says, "Well, what can I get for a rib?" I thought that was pretty good. It's like an old guy joke. But I'm old now.
But we know the time that Adam was created. We know exactly the hour. It was right before Eve. So, you know, at least we got that. Now, depends if it was winter or summer, but definitely right before Eve.
That's interesting. I've never heard that statement before.
Yeah, but did you? I'm gonna ask if you got it though. Like Eve, you know, before Eve, right?
Oh, I'm sorry. That went right over my head.
It
don't
looked
take
like
me
it.
long.
It looked like it, and I'm like, he either didn't like it or he didn't.
No, I really thought you were making like a theological position statement. And I was like, dang, that's interesting. I didn't know that. I didn't realize it was a joke.
So, Awake, do you have any Adam and Eve jokes?
Huh?
No, it's Awake.
I don't, but I thought y'all's were pretty funny.
Hey, I like that McRib one, man. That was pretty good.
I mean, an arm and a leg, come on. But it's interesting mentioning that. It is interesting that it turns out that the only bone on the human body that if you cut it surgically, it grows back is the lower rib, the one that is the one, yeah, the one that is elastic, the lower
That's
one.
very interesting.
So yeah, and it is. You can look it up. It is true. Like if I cut my finger, even surgically, I wish it would grow back up, but it won't. But the rib does. It is not exactly a bone; it's elastic. But the other bones of your chest are not. So even on CPR, if you don't do a good job on CPR, you can break the ribs of the person. But the lower one doesn't break. So interesting that our Bible doesn't say, you know, like any other book that is made of fantasy would say he made the woman out of the arm, but it's very specific. It's out of the rib. And the more we grow scientifically, the more we realize that that's what the Bible was saying. Anyway.
Anyway, guys, ladies and gentlemen, I think we can actually end the stream just because we have run out of things to talk about.
I was actually reading this article on the local news, one of the Christian knows who they are, Channel 2 WSB News. I was reading an article on their app that says that 60% of teachers are afraid to go to school because there's been such an epidemic of violence, such an increase of students getting violent towards their teachers, and the teachers are like quitting, they're retiring, it's apparently an epidemic. But
I know how to fix that, Ryan.
yeah.
They need to go back to spanking the children at home. That's the problem.
Well, parents don't discipline their kids, and the kids are given the impression that they can do anything they want, and so they do.
They have a what scientists call nobody came upside that head itis. And so there's a remedy for that.
Yeah, it's just things that they get to the point that teachers are all quitting. I mean, how are we even going to operate the schools? If they don't have any teachers, the teachers are all quitting. It's
Oh, Matt Dillahunty is over on that one channel. I can get on the Professor Pants account and troll him. That sounds fun.
I don't know who Matt Dillahunty.
He's one of those like wannabe Richard Dawkins guys.
Oh, is he? Okay, I'm not familiar with him.
He's like a Richard Dawkins Jr. kind of.
You always got, there's always another one standing in line to take their place.
We've had Richard Dawkins with us tonight here. He doesn't know it, but he was a guest.
Well, I wish I had been here earlier. I would have liked to have interacted with him, just sort of pin him down on what exactly does he believe,
Well, we brought up a couple of stuff that he was saying, and one of them was how abiogenesis must have come from aliens.
Aliens.
Yeah. But if you go back to where the aliens came from, he says they came from an evolutionary process. So that makes
okay. So he's moving the goalpost, pushing it back, kicking the can down the street.
Yeah, I actually think.
You know what tickles me is atheists who believe in aliens but make fun of Christians for believing in God.
Right, and you have one.
I agree.
And we have one of the high priests admitting it. Let me see if this is the part. It won't play.
Evolution is also a demonstrated fact.
So you have no idea how it started?
No, nor has anybody.
Nor has anyone else. What do you think is the possibility that intelligent design might turn out to be the answer to some issues in genetics or in evolution?
It could come about in the following way. It could be that at some earlier time, somewhere in the universe, a civilization evolved by probably some kind of Darwinian means to a very, very high level of technology and designed a form of life that they seeded onto perhaps this planet. Now, that is a possibility and an intriguing possibility. And I suppose it's possible that you might find evidence for that if you look at the details of biochemistry, molecular biology. You might find a signature of some sort of designer.
Wait a second. Richard Dawkins thought intelligent design might be a legitimate pursuit?
And that designer could well be a higher intelligence from elsewhere in the universe.
Well,
but that higher intelligence would itself have had to have come about by some explicable or ultimately explicable process. It couldn't have just jumped into existence spontaneously. That's the point.
So Professor Dawkins was not against intelligent design, just certain types of designers, such as God.
Many people are extremely illogical.
Of course.
All right. I think sums up what Wake and Brian said. Pushing the goalpost just a little further to another galaxy, and now it makes sense.
Yeah. It's amazing what they'll believe when they reject the truth. They'll believe just about anything, no matter how ridiculous. But anyway, you say you're about to end this thing, Achilles. It's been 4.5 hours.
Yeah, actually, Big Bad Mama, I don't know why. And if you can tell me how we can do this, please feel free. But your comments appear on the channel because I have personally followed my promise and removed you from the
I don't
banned
see
list.
BBM on the comments.
I don't either.
Yeah, but they don't appear in StreamYard. So I just have to go to YouTube to see his comments. Right now, I thought he wasn't commenting, but I go and I find 3. So I think we have a joke. Okay. Yeah, I think Christian knows this. Women would say, "Where would you be, men, if it wasn't for us women?" And men will respond, "In the Garden of Eden." That is a very good point. But yeah, the truth is that we are as guilty as if Adam is, not me. I didn't do anything,
Yeah,
now,
we all are.
this scientific feelings of intelligent design, along with its strong echoes of
I
creation
think
science,
that
has led many
just about
critics
any
to
man, if he were placed in Adam's situation, he'd do the same thing.
Big Bad Mama, no, you're not blocked because I can see your comments on YouTube. So it's YouTube where we have control over blocking. On StreamYard, there is no mechanism to block people at all.
I don't see BBM's comments at all.
Right, but if you go on YouTube, on the Proverbs main channel, you'll see him there.
Okay.
Did you unblock him during the stream? Maybe.
No, I blocked
okay.
him last week or something.
I
More
don't
than
know. StreamYard can be so weird about blocking sometimes, even though there's no blocking feature on StreamYard. Not through YouTube, anyways. You gotta actually go to YouTube.
The only thing that I can say is that if at some point somebody banned from StreamYard, it has 2 options when you kick somebody out. One is kick from studio, the other one is ban from studio. So if somebody ever used the ban from studio, maybe that's the reason. Hello. Hello, pretty. Did you get your good looks from your mom?
What the?
Okay.
Yeah, which I doubt for BBM, because even when he has been on, he has never been so annoying for someone to press the ban from. So I don't know. I wouldn't know. I never banned BBM from StreamYard. Maybe Steven did. Maybe it was those.
Hold on, the kids want to say hey.
Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Hi. Hello. Full house. And we saw mom too, and so we know where they get the good looks from, because it definitely wasn't Christian. Christian, where were you when they were getting conceived?
What? Next.
I'll leave the Greek jokes for backstage. I might get a lot of shorts for them, so I don't want. Hey, Dan.
Hello, am I contacted?
Hey, Dan.
Yep.
Oh,
here.
good. How's it going?
Oh, good.
Just having a good time listening to the chat, or the live.
And did you watch from the beginning?
No, it's in and out because I've been working in one place. Downtown, it's right in the center of the largest city north of San Francisco in California, and nothing, dead. I can't even use the phone there, and it's flat. There's no hills. Just one of those pockets.
Yeah, which is very. It is should trigger some minds, but it doesn't. To realize that if what we've been told about satellites is exactly
as we are being told, then we should have reception on our phones wherever we were, unless we were in a cave. But the furthest you are from an antenna, the weakest the signal becomes. So what about the satellites? Why are they saying that we have reception from satellites? We don't. It's all antennas. Just some food for thought. Starlink is supposedly satellites, which I personally saw with my own eyes, and they were supposedly going up, but they have to spin around the planet like 20 times before they make it up. And I'm like, if it's that easy, and they are these little tiny satellites that have the propulsion needed to get out by going around, then why are we spending so much gas to shoot upwards and we don't just follow that method with all the missiles we're sending up there? But this, you know, they tell you, you're not a scientist. They call it rocket science for a reason.
Speaking of rocket science, you know something I haven't looked into recently that I was keeping up with? The mission to Mars. Didn't a bunch of people, well, I know a bunch of people bought tickets. One person won the ability to go without having to pay. I forget what year. It's supposed to be in like 2030, something like that.
I remember that they were considering doing a one-way trip to Mars. They were looking for people who
it's one way
and just live out the rest of their years on the red planet. And I don't know what's
you know.
going on.
It reminds me of this book that I read by Robert Heinlein. Oh gosh, I can't remember the name of it, but people go and live on the moon, and it's a one-way trip, and it's all prisoners. What was the name of it? It was a good book.
I mean, the one-way trip would be far less expensive to do than a two-way trip.
Than a two-way, especially if those people are going to work to help build the infrastructure.
Right. Yeah.
Home is where the oxygen is. That's what I
The
have.
moon is a harsh mistress. I gotta look it up. It's driving me crazy.
I am going anywhere. So yeah, it has subsided. Like all the focus has fallen on the moon right now and on the Artemis missions, that we don't get to hear any updates about that at all. So they're probably building the studio and they'll get back to us at some point.
The name was and the moon is a harsh mistress. That was it, by the way.
Okay.
But yeah, lots of focus on the moon stuff right now. It'll be interesting to see how that develops, and yeah. Won't get into that debate.
I was in Walmart earlier and I saw an intriguing little thing. It was only $9. It's called the My Mini Egg 7-egg.
Sponsor of the day. Let's see.
Well, I bought it just to say, hey, I can use this thing to cook eggs. That's interesting. And I'm looking at the manual, and I'm not really figuring it out. I'll probably try to go and find a YouTube video where someone's actually.
Ryan, who needs to cook 7 eggs at one time?
I think
Me.
Thanksgiving.
But I do it on my griddle.
I think you make hard-boiled eggs, 7 hard-boiled eggs at a time.
Does anybody want 7 eggs for breakfast?
Well, no, I wouldn't want 7 eggs for what a family might, but you know, if you wanted to hard boil 7 eggs, you know, then just keep them in the fridge and just use one when you want to make like an egg salad sandwich or something.
If I make scrambled eggs for my whole family, I end up using an entire dozen.
Yeah, if you make that for your whole family, you're gonna use a lot of eggs.
Yeah, I buy the 64 count cases of eggs.
Wow.
Because since my kids are homeschooled, I cook breakfast every morning, and most often it involves the eggs. Usually my husband's not eating eggs, so it's just the 3 of us, so we generally don't use a dozen a day or anything like that.
Yeah.
And it lasts us, I don't know, 2 weeks or so.
Okay.
Maybe a little bit more. Yeah, we go through a lot of eggs.
I've only just started cooking eggs again since I moved here and finally have a kitchen at my disposal. And I didn't really have a kitchen at my brother's. Crystal, when I got back from Tennessee visiting the Buckinghams, I went over to my old place to get my mail, and my eyes about popped out of my head when I saw what my brother's fiance has been doing over there. It's like a transformation.
Oh, that's cool.
I mean, he has had such a profound effect on him, and it's just reflected in his house. How his house is like gone from here to just like, it just boggles the mind. I mean, just give an example. He had an L-shaped sofa in the living room that was just old and nasty, and dogs were laying on it and smelling. My mom said, "Why don't you just get rid of that thing and just get a sofa with a couple of chairs to replace it?" Well, lo and behold, that's exactly what Becky did. Pretty amazing, it's amazing how the effect that a woman can have on a man, to where, things that he never even dreamed of doing or thought of doing when she enters his life, and he falls for like the things that he's willing to do. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
The things that he's willing to change in his life, the things that, but it's just like that his house reflects to the effect she's had on him. Really has. It's never looked better.
Now, you're not far from your brother, are you?
No, I'm only 10 minutes up the road. It's really nice. It was really easy when I was moving.
Nice. Cool.
If I want to go over there and get my mail and visit with the little brown-haired dog, if I get a visit with Lucky, yeah, it's not far at all. It's really not. This turned out to be a very convenient situation. It really did.
You know what I found going through my books? I found Awkward Moments Children's Bible. And now it's not a children's Bible. It's actually a quote unquote Bible made by an atheist who takes verses from the Bible out of context, puts them in a sort of kid book form with like a bunch of art and stuff, and tries to make the Christian religion look, terrible and awful. And so I was going through and I was like getting rid of all my new age books. So there was a couple of witch books I came across too, and those ones I'm probably going to burn. I actually love burning books. I've done a book burning before. They weren't pagan books, and it makes for some pretty pictures. But I was thinking, I was like, I might just get rid of these. Not that I'm particularly concerned about them, but then I decided I'm going to keep them because I think this is a good thing to go through. Like, it's given me so many ideas of episode topics.
Yeah, I'd like to see.
It's all the atheist quote unquote gotchas,
I would like for you to do a review of that book on your show and show how they're trying to, make the Bible look bad, and they're really, they're straw manning, and they're taking things out of context and everything, and that'd be a great idea for a show of yours, Crystal.
I think it'd be really interesting. My mom bought them for me years ago for Christmas. They're even signed by the author. And I used to follow him on social media, one of my older profiles. I don't think I follow him on this one. But I don't know. Yeah, I've been seeing a lot of atheists and pagans and things like that, even the more like famous ones, turning to God and becoming Christian. So I really hope that one day Horace Gilgamesh turns around and remakes these books.
It can certainly happen.
Yep.
Guys, I'm going to hop off of here and
we're going to end it.
I think I'll grab a shower and get ready, head towards bedtime.
Let's see.
But y'all have a blessed night. It was good to see you guys. And tomorrow night, Chris, I don't think you were even part of our group back when I first interviewed Eli Yoder, were you?
Have a good night, brother.
You are?
I've been there.
No. When did you join our group? I can't remember, Chris. You remember what?
I think she's not hearing us.
Oh, well, I don't think she.
Sorry, you were going robotic. Did you ask when I joined?
Yeah.
It was well, I first started watching the videos sometime in May. And so I think it was like end of May, early June when I finally started actually like joining the lives.
Okay, so you probably do remember my first interview with Eli Yoder.
I don't know if I just remember you talking about it because I don't have the images in my head, but like I do remember that you did an interview with him.
Yeah.
Oh, and actually that's why I started following him. So that I must have seen some of it or at least heard about it because you're the reason why I followed him.
Oh, well, he is an amazing. Well, to make a long story short, I called him up the other day and asked him if he could come on my show again, and it looks like he's going to a week from tomorrow, the 21st. He's going to be on.
Oh, good.
I know. I can't wait. He is an awesome guy. Anyway, having said that, I'm going to get out of here. Y'all have a blessed night.
Hello, am I around? Goodbye. Hello.
Hello.
Bye, Dan. Bye, Achilles.
Have a good night.
Good night,
God bless.
Have a good night. Dan, what's up with you?
I'm working, putting in a little barbecue thing, outdoor barbecue. So, been listening, and not in the best internet spot always.
I pick this one from the start. You're going to like it. You know a lot of the points that got raised, but it was actually a lot of an interesting discussion.
Was this that video? I've watched so many of these things. Was that the video with Dr. Tours and Dawkins?
Yeah, well, you know, in order to bring, they don't know they have this evolution sickness, so you have to show it to them. They get mad, and that's how they join. So yeah, it started with that video. And
Oh, cool! I definitely gonna. I saw part of that, and I was like, oh my gosh, that is awesome. Because that's the thing is that they. And that's why, the false accusations, I think it'd be fun. I actually would pay to go talk to Richard Dawkins, pick his brain. Why did you say the quotes you said? Why did you write whole books saying that God's a bad guy? That's mainly why we know evolution's around. But they always have to, do false accusations. And which is fine. I actually expect that from him. And actually, that's one of the reasons I find it curious, because I really want to know why people are attacking people. That's why I started the whole thing. And what people don't know, I've been around this thing since, pretty soon after Doc got Dinosaur Adventureland. And so I'd always like, well, why are you guys? And it sounded like they were hating it or whatever. But all these people, it's like just attack, and and I'm come down and think it's like, yeah, I'd do the same thing if I wanted to continue in a sinful life,
right?
Make up my own narrative, my own morals, because they say, oh, we're the morals of the society, or think, but no, that's your own morals. You're gonna reject it. If you go full-fledged, you're gonna be like it was an atheist debate where the theist finally like, okay, really, morals. If
and people will protect that construct because of what you pointed out. If it breaks down, then they are liable to someone. So they will fight hard to prove that they are not liable to anyone and they can do whatever they want. So that's what it boils down to, and it's Romans 1.
Exactly. Oh, exactly. No, and just so many facets though, because it is a, everybody, God uses something different for everybody's heart. Different for me than it was for you. And that's why it's kind of cool to gang up, because what you say is not going to affect somebody that thinks like me. And somebody that thinks like me is not going to be, or things like you, is not going to be affected by what I say. Holy Spirit uses custom stuff for people to, and all of it is to figure out you need a savior. And so,
and we're all different tools. The screwdriver is not good on nails, and the hammer is not very good with screws. So everybody is a different tool to touch different people. So we all have our faults and our shortcomings, and that's where different experiences come in. Because we have nothing to gain. I mean, I'm some fella in Greece. What do I have to gain from Aiden, or Aiden came in the room today, or BBM, or anyone, if they turn Christian? I have nothing to gain. So there is nothing that is motivating me that has to do with myself. So if it's not for myself, then why am I doing it? That's what they should think about.
well, exactly. And all the stereotypes, but that's why they're poking their heads up with stereotype type stuff. And then it's our
religion, you want your money and stuff like that. No, if you become a Christian, I don't want you sending me any money.
Exactly. God will supply. And then, and so my thing always has been to, even back before, years, probably 5 years before we got into this live stuff. And that's what I think, people are so narrow-minded. It's like, oh, well, Dan said this. I've been talking to you guys for 5 years, and some of you, and what you mean, I have a full facet of, not full, but I've got a peripheral view of that time. So if I say something, oh, well, you're diverting. No, it's a big picture. They're so narrow-minded into, gotcha, so I don't have to listen to you, so I can continue in my sin. And that has been the whole. Funny, I got asked today, if not, and not the mumbling, that's me, that's not the person, that if I found out that it was deep time, would I lose my faith, or would it hurt my faith? That was the paraphrase. I was like, okay, he hasn't been listening, and not, to condemn. It's like no, it's it was acknowledgement of my sin. It was God coming into my life. That's my salvation. That's the God. If I
Dan, I think we lost you. Unless you're going into something very, very deep and you're thinking about it.
am I still here?
Yeah, now you are.
Okay. Yeah, no, I told the person, like, no, the creation story, if it's not what I think it is, then I've got it wrong. Not God, not the Bible. But it's the faith. It's God forgiving me of my sins. And so it was cool to be able to clarify that. Another was, oh, you're self-righteous. And it's like, oh, that's self-righteous is when I think I'm good enough, I don't need God. And that kind of, and actually does point the mirror back to their own selves, because I was told that atheists were gonna be in heaven. Now maybe there was clarification, but that was the statements to the atheist. And it's like, atheists, no, that's a trap. It's a trap. If these Christians that are telling you, oh yeah, you're a nice guy, oh, that's not what God says. I would not listen to those Christians. And so they might not like it that I tell them, no, I am bad. I make mistakes. I'm stupid in certain things, but so are you. And it's and that's where the trap type of thing, which wasn't a trap.
Okay. First off, you're breaking up, and the word trap seems to be triggering them a lot, and they didn't even understand what it was. Yeah, you're breaking up pretty bad. I gotta give you a mute for at least a minute until it gets better. It sounds like terrible. It's not breaking up on your voice. It's giving us dissonance. So
the plug. Am I good now? Yeah,
no, you're great.
I'm down to 1%. I'm down to 1% on my phone. I thought it had plugged it in, and it wasn't. So, yes, do remind me of that. If that happens, the idiot isn't looking at the power level, and
Okay.
so no, and that's the message, and because
Lost you. Oh, go back.
the message of Kent, the message of you, the message of Christians that are preaching, we need a savior, that we are all as filthy rags, no, none righteous. and the
So
Christian
today one of the things discussed was about the flood, and I brought up this rock formation here in Greece, Meteora. And if you go to Wikipedia about Meteora, you will see that it says that these rocks formed in millions of years. Why is it so hard for people to see that rocks don't just come out of the ground and it takes millions of years for them to form? The ground lifts from around them when there is a very big flood and waters are storming. And you can see all the lines that the water has left, and you can see the round rock that the people are sitting on, that it has been rounded by the flow of sediments. Why is it so impossibly hard for people to just look at the facts and start working from the facts to build the theory? They will arrive to the Bible, and then they can start reconsidering things. But they are so caught up in that the scientists would never lie to me, just like they never lied to me in 2020. They didn't lie to me, so why would they lie to me about coming from an ape?
Well, because they don't have an agenda. Come on now. They're pure science, pure scientists. They have no agenda. Unlike us that have an agenda. No, it is another lie, because, you look at, they're blinded. And that's why it's very simple, is because if they look and find a God, and then it's going to point them to...
I'm not the authority of my life.
I've got to have a thing. Is like, I've been accused of being, I'm told that I'm bad, I've been judged, and it's like, by what standard though? None of you guys believe in God. But I was told by a friend that we had to treat them differently because they don't believe in God. It's like, what?
Well, that friend of yours, I've heard that argument, and I wouldn't say she's wrong. They are wrong. But the thing is that if you don't have those standards, it's okay, but don't judge me on standards you don't have, but you call me hypocritical because I don't go up by them, but at the same time, you are not. Like, the whole thing is like a cluster F, That's, I mean, anyway, I'm more into the geological side of things today. So let's leave the drama for another one. It's been 5 hours on this one.
That was awesome. Yep, I got to get back to work.
So yeah, as you're working, press play and you can listen in on the discussion. It was a good one. I liked it.
Well, that video was just awesome because, that is evidence. That's the stuff, that will help a lot of people believe in Jesus. You don't have to believe in 7 days, but you got to believe you're sinful and you need a savior, and Jesus is that savior. You can believe correctly on the time, how many days exactly, whether it's billions, millions, thousands. You can believe that. You can believe that Jesus walked on the earth. You can believe everything correct and miss that you're a sinful, imperfect human being, and you need a savior, and you're going to reject God. That's rejecting his message. All right, so you go to sleep or wherever you're going, and I'll turn that on.
Yeah. Just look at this on the right side here, how the water has left this like so smooth, these rocks. If it kept floating for a couple more hours, these big ones would have probably fallen. But it's
shows forth.
But look how round this one's on the right side is. And I mean, it's so obvious that there was water flow.
Oh, the one in Australia, that's like miles and miles, the plateaus. So many things that, it is blindness because, and the one thing I was saying is.
I wasn't sharing, huh? Interesting. I was talking about something, but I wasn't sharing. Or did I? Was I sharing now that I said about the roundness of the rocks?
You saw, I saw some mountains popping up.
Was it this picture?
Yep. Oh,
Okay.
I don't know, but that is awesome.
Wikipedia will say that this formed during millions of years, but that's Wikipedia for you. So what I was pointing at here is those rocks on the right side. Look how round they are. How one of them is just sticking out because that sediment didn't break off. And the roundness just proves a flow of water. Like look between those rocks on the right with the big rock on the left, that it has this dent from the water that was storming through these two parts.
Oh, and you probably, well, you didn't get to Arizona, you said, but through a lot of that Arizona, and farther up north, because the problem is that you look at their time frame even, and you've got the mass graves of the dinosaurs through the thousands of acres through the central United States with all the animals fleeing. And so it's like, okay, well, there was a flood event. That wasn't a landslide. They said maybe dust, but from the meteor hitting down in Central America. But I don't know on that one. That doesn't sound really good, because if you hit that and you had a flash flood, that's not going to bury those things. That's a big flood event. And
they will say it was a local one.
Well, that's a big local one.
Yeah.
And then that's a huge one. And so
look at this picture of all of it. This is the Meteora formation. I mean, people will go as far as to believe that this took millions of years to form. They just won't see how it was like all water that was storming out.
You look at,
you're breaking up, my brother.
All right, you get out of here. We'll talk later.
All right, my dear. Oh, Awake dropped as well. So everybody, I'm gonna end the stream. We hope you enjoyed it. We hope that you do follow the true evidence and you arrive to the truth of the Bible. Because if you want a secret from us, time's running out. You better figure it out. Because if you are your own authority and you have to face the true authority at some point, yeah, he ain't gonna like it. Better to follow his rules now before we have to go meet him. So, that being said, see you later.